this morning segment right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the stories that matters for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now, let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. Nigeria's interbank core rate has fallen to 11-month low of 24.5% in October 2025, reflecting improved liquidity in the banking system as funding pressures ease following the Central Bank of Nigeria's gradual interest rate cuts. The interbank core rate is the interest rate at which banks lend money to one another for very short periods, usually overnight or for a few days. Data from the CBN show that the last time the banking sector recorded such a low interbank core rate was on November 4, 2024, when it stood at 19%, peaking at 32.5% on March 13, 2025, before declining from 26.5% on September 22, 2025 to 24.5% on September 24, 2025, where it has remained steady as of October 9, 2025. Head of Financial Institutions Rating at Augusto & Co., Ayokunle Olubunmi, says several factors contributed to the decline, noting that relatively low borrowings by the federal government in the domestic market improved liquidity in the financial system. And moving on, the Naira on Thursday appreciated sharply against the dollar in the official foreign exchange market, hitting a new all-time high of 1,436 Naira 97 kobo per dollar, its strongest level since the commencement of trading on the electronic foreign exchange machine system. According to reports, this marks the third consecutive day of gains for the local currency. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the latest rate represents a significant appreciation of 224.15 when compared to the 1,661.12 Naira per dollar quoted in December 2024 at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. On a daily basis, the Naira also strengthened by 0.52% from 1,454 Naira 52 kobo, quoted on Wednesday at the FMs, while appreciating by 1.4% to close at 1,460 Naira per dollar on Thursday, stronger than 1,480 Naira recorded on the previous day in the foreign market. And still on, importers will now need less than 7 days to clear their goods in any of the nation's ports from 2026 as the federal government intensify efforts to ensure an early takeoff of the national single window policy at the nation's ports. Vice President Kashim Shettima dropped the aim on Thursday at the presidential villa of Abuja, saying the new policy will take off in the first quarter of 2026. Shettima revealed that the policy aimed at creating a single platform to harmonize documentation, minimize human contact, and bring full transparency to the cargo. Cargo clearance process would be a game changer at the port. Stanley Mopocha, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, Office of the Vice President, in a statement, said Shettima, while speaking at the second meeting of the Port and Custom Efficiency Committee at the Presidential Villa, noted that the target is to reduce average cargo clearance time from the current 21 days to less than 7 days by the end of 2026. The Vice President also revealed that the policy will reposition Nigerian ports among the top 3 most potent trade corridors in Africa. And so in the news, Lerato Montebode, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at African Union, has revealed that the AU is initiating a decisive conversation around building African shipping lines and aircraft, ensuring that the advancement in maritime, aviation, and road networks is complemented by a robust and connected transport sector. According to Montebode, this commitment to local production ensures that the jobs and economic contributions are firmly rooted in Africa. The commissioner explained that the AU is actively focused on ensuring these substantial benefits are distributed equitably among member states, adding that the strategy signals the AU's commitment to building a more connected, skilled, and industrially self-sufficient continent through infrastructure development. According to reports, the AU has been making concerted efforts to leverage aviation and transport integration as a major engine for job creation and economic transformation across the continent. And still to come after the break, financing the future of agriculture, creating pathways for rural farmers to access capital. This and more after this break. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to our first conversation for this morning. Today we focus on a critical issue at the heart of Nigeria's economic transformation, financing the future of agriculture and creating sustainable pathway for rural farmers to access capital. Agriculture remains one of the largest employers of labor in Nigeria, contributing significantly to GDP and serving as a major source of livelihood for millions of households, particularly in rural areas. Yet, despite its enormous potential, access to finance remains a major bottleneck for growth in the sector. Many stakeholders or smallholder farmers struggle to obtain loans due to limited collateral, poor credit histories, and perceived risks associated with agriculture. As Nigeria pushes for food security, export diversification, and value chain development, the question of sustainable agriculture financing becomes even more urgent. How can the country build a financial ecosystem that truly supports rural farmers from production to processing and ensures that capital flows where it is needed most? Joining us to unpack this issue is Alhaji Yawa. He is an agribusiness professional, community development expert who will help us explore innovative solutions and policy direction for improving access to finance across the agricultural value chain. Good morning, Alhaji. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, listeners. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. How would you describe the current state of agricultural financing in Nigeria, especially for smallholder and rural farmers?
Thank you very much. To start with, agricultural finance in Nigeria is improving, but still well short of farmers' needs. Most smallholders rely on personal savings, farming, or informal lenders. Formal credit penetration is low and fragmented, leaving a large financing gap that prevents productivity and value chain growth. The international and local studies estimate a massive financing gap for agribusiness and smallholders, while programs and private fitches beginning to move capital into rural areas. The scale required to modernize crops, store, and processing is still far larger than current supply.
Biggest barriers preventing farmers from accessing formal credit?
Yes, in this area, I consider three ways. Number one is the barriers. Number one is the lack of formal credit history and collateral. Two is the high transaction costs and fragmented farms that make lending expensive. And thirdly is perceived high risk from weather, price, volatility, and poor loan repayment track records. Add limited financial literacy with value chain integration, so lender can't easily recover funds through off-takers, and limited rural banking pressure. All of this increase lender caution and push farmers to informal options.
So why do you think traditional financial institutions often perceive smallholder farmers as high-risk borrowers?
Yes, it's as a result of many smallholders lack formal records, have small dispersed holdings, face climate and market shocks, and often cannot offer traditional collateral. So from a bank's viewpoint, the administrative costs and default risks are both high.
Okay, so how can innovative financing models, I'm talking about cooperatives, microfinance, or digital lending, how can they help bridge the gap?
Yes, this cooperative and financial institution, this model will risk reduce transaction costs and provide tailored terms. Cooperative provide group collateral and bulk purchasing power. Microfinance reaches very small loans with intensive local support. Digital lenders and agri finance use data to assess creditworthiness and business quickly. Together, they make lending scalable and more affordable. Cooperative and outgrower schemes bundle many small producers into one credit relationship. Microfinance can cover working capital and inputs. Digital lending platform and agri finance low onboarding costs and use alternative data, phone activity, farm records, mobile money, satellite data to underwrite loan that traditional bank wouldn't.
All right, so let's now move down to the long-term sustainability. Now, beyond access to credit, what other form of financial literacy or support are essential for farmers to actually grow sustainably?
Come again?
I said, let's move down now to the long-term sustainability. Beyond access to credit, what other forms of financial literacy or maybe support are essential for farmers to grow sustainably?
Yes, it's by supporting them with the basic required skills, tools, and machineries, such as mobile repayment and transactional history, farm level production data, satellite remote sensing for crop health, and field agent data capture. These tools give lenders an evidence they need to price risk accurately and monitor loans through the season. Technology also enables digital disbursement, performance-based repayment, and real-time early warning, weather, or pest alerts that reduce default risk over time. Digital records build farmers' credit histories and unlock larger long-term finance.
All right, finally, Alaji, before I let you go, what is your outlook for the future of agricultural financing in Nigeria? And what key reforms or innovations should stakeholders prioritize?
All right. I'm very optimistic. Technology, better value chain, integration, and smart blended finance can unlock major capital for farmers. But we need one, strong credit risk sharing guarantees and insurance. Two, scalable agri-fetch solution that utilize farmers' records. And thirdly, public investment in rural infrastructure and market system. These three priorities will make financing commercial, attractive, and sustainable. And building a national push for digital farmers, ID and records, scaling guarantee, and insurance produce, supporting commodity system, warehousing that allow farmers to produce as a collateral. Together, this unlock private capital and reduce reliance on sustainable subsidies.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Money Show. Alaji Yangwa is an agribusiness professional. It was really good to have you.
Yes, you're welcome. And I'm leaving you with this, that access to farmer finance is the missing field that turns small plots into commercial farms. Thank you.
All right. Still to come after the break, why education is central to Nigeria's economic competitiveness. Please stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. Now we begin the second conversation for today. Education remains one of the most powerful tools for driving national development and global competitiveness. In Nigeria, however, the gap between academic learning and market-ready skills continue to limit productivity, innovation, and economic growth. As the world transitions towards knowledge-based economies, nations that invest heavily in human capital through quality education, vocational training, and research tend to perform better on global competitiveness indices. So how can Nigeria strengthen its education system to better align with demands of a modern economy, and what practical steps are needed to ensure that learning translates into economic value? And to have this conversation with us is Adeleye Oluwadamilola. He's an education consultant and economist. Good morning, Mr. Adeleye. It's good to have you on the show.
Good morning. Good morning, madam.
All
Good
right.
morning.
Let's now go straight into the conversation. How would you assess the current state of Nigeria's education system in terms of its contribution to economic development?
Yeah, considering the challenges and the shortcoming in the education sector presently, which involves the education quality, the lack of funding, and lack of research, I would say it has, regardless of these shortcomings, the education sector has actually contributed in the economic development in the social aspect. You understand, when we talk about economic development, we're talking about the political, the social, and the economic impacts. So I say socially it has contributed in the social well-being, and as well it has also brought about innovations and creativity, which has directly impacted on the economic development of the country.
So what key indicators show the link or lack there between education quality and Nigeria's economic competitiveness?
Can I get that?
I said, what key indicators show the link or the lack between education quality and Nigeria's economic competitiveness?
Well, one of the key indicators is the education funding. You see, the allocation, insufficient funding, and the allocation has really affected, let me use that language, the output of education in the country. And another thing is the teachers' quality. Teachers' quality really matters to us as well. We need to, the ratio, let me use the word, the ratio of teachers to students needs to be looked into, especially in the public sector. Let me use that language. We have the ratio of teachers to students is is very, very worrisome, something we need to look into. So the teacher's quality and the impact for the teacher on the students really is something that we need to look into. So the teacher quality is one of it. The poor funding is another thing, and infrastructure development is another thing too as well.
Do you think government policy, or how can government policy better connect the education sector to now economic priorities?
You see, one thing we need to, one of the policies that needs to be introduced is I think they've done that. So I must commend the federal government for that and the ministry for that. And that is introducing entrepreneurial subjects, introducing skills acquisition subjects, vocational subjects, that further develops the human capital in terms of skills and techniques. So, and the federal government has actually done that by introducing the subject. We have trade subjects like cosmetology now in the new curriculum that has been announced by federal government. Cosmetology, GSM repairing, and coding, which would in turn advance and improve our technology, to improve our technological use and output.
Okay, so what role do you think private sector investments play in improving educational outcomes?
Private investment sector
Yeah.
play in
improving educational outcomes?
Okay, well, you see, one thing we cannot, how do I say it? One thing we cannot push aside is the contribution of the private sector. They have, let me use the word, they give room for research. They provide research facilities. Let me start with that. One, they provide research facilities. Two, they as well in turn ensure that there is the teacher quality. The teacher quality is top notch. Let me use that language. So as I said earlier, I mentioned talking about teacher-student ratio. If you understand, when it comes to the private sector, we always have more of teachers in terms of the ratio of teachers to students is higher. So it's always student-centered. The learning is always, the student is the focal point. You understand? The idea of students as being the customers. So, and it is, I generally say, customers are always right. So everything that is necessary to please your clients or the customers, let me use that respectively, is what we prioritize. You understand? So they have actually made that an important aspect for them, which directly improves the standard of education.
All right, let's quickly move, because we're pressed for time, to the future outlook of this. What policy or systemic change would make the most immediate impact on Nigeria's human capital development?
Very good. Please, first, I would go back to what I said earlier. The introduction of vocational studies should not just only be introduced. The entrepreneurial knowledge should not only just be theoretical, being taught in classroom and every other thing. Government should try as much as possible to provide innovation hubs where the skills that are embedded in this student are utilized, fully utilized. Innovation hub where the talents that every of the students have
are what? Are made productive. Let me use that word. Are made productive. So not only introducing the vocational skills, ensuring that there is a proper funding channel for these vocational skills that they are taught out. For every of these students that are given entrepreneurial skills, they should be given an opportunity in terms of capital to finance the entrepreneurial skills they have learned. Further creating rooms for small and medium scale enterprises. It's another form of employment opportunity. It creates employment. I think one of the things they do outside in let me use the word, the developed setting. Let me make use of China, for example. The curriculum is not only centered on theories. Their curriculum is centered more also on practicals. There is room for every student to bring their imaginations into reality. There is room for every student to create, and there's an atmosphere for every student to create their imaginations and bring them into what? Their visions into reality. That is why you see that there we have from the primary sector, primary section to the secondary, every child there has one or two technology contribution to the country. You understand? Because they have the space, the facility is there, they have the supportive government to make sure that every of their skills are properly monitored, converted into productivity, and in turn increase the economic growth and development of the nation. So hence, all what I've said is this: the government should look into more of vocational studies, practical of vocational studies, and also ensuring that these practicals, they are well funded, that after these students have learned these practicals, there is capital enough to turn their thoughts into reality. It will not just only be a thought that is an idea that does not come into what? Into existence or into what? Reality. So the government needs to do that. Creation of innovation hubs. There should be enough innovation hubs. I'm so much concerned when we have microbiologists, and we have microbiologists, a lot of microbiologists with little or less lab. No research, a little or less research institutes. Even the ones we have are not effectively managed. They are not effectively managed. Hence, we only leave the students with the theoretical knowledge, but there is no room for practical. It is said that seeing is believing. So it is much more effective when people put into practice what they have learned and what they know. So hence, we should create more of innovation hubs, enough innovation hubs, so we can be able to bridge the gap between between the developed country and we, the developing country.
All right, so in your own view, finally, what would a truly competitive, education-driven Nigerian economy look like in the next decade?
It would give a competitive-driven economy system with having the right tools, having the right peg in the right hole, having to fund education in the right way, providing and enhancing quality education, that is having enough teachers, enough infrastructure development, having to practicalize and giving room for innovation and creativity. Well, it would put Nigeria at a strategic point in the world. It would boost it will have effect on our GDP. Education will contribute more to the GDP, that's the best product of the country. Two, it will further push the country in a strategic place where every other countries would want to see what is going on there. Not only see, partake in the resourceful development that is going on there. So then lastly, it will not only reflect on our GDP or make us partake, it will build a better nation and economically as well.
Thank you so much for your insights on the Business Money Show. Adele Oluwadamilola Michael is an education consultant and educationist. Thank you so much. And that's been our focus on Business Morning today. Financing the future of agriculture is creating pathways for rural farmers to access capital. And also we looked at why education is central to Nigeria's economic competitiveness. And the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a good morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant.
Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily, and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omi-Eko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe, and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank, the Omi-Eko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries, and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omi-Eko, a blueprint for the future. Omi-Eko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omi bus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to save ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omi-Eko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omi-Eko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television. Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily, and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omi-Eko project, a 410 million euro plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe, and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank, the Omi-Eko project will reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries, and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omi-Eko, a blueprint for the future. Omi-Eko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omi bus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to save ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omi-Eko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omi-Eko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. You're welcome to the big story right here on the Breakfast Show. I am Deborah Eze. President Bola Tinubu has approved a 15% import duty on petrol and diesel, a move that could reshape Nigeria's downstream sector. For local refiners, it's a potential win as the government looks to discourage fuel import and encourage homegrown refining capacity. But for consumers, it raises big questions about pump prices, supply, and transparency in a sector still struggling with market realities. Joining me to unpack this is Ibrahim Abubakar, is our correspondent at the Energy Desk. Good morning, Ibrahim. It's good to have you.
It's good to be here.
All right, let's go straight into it. What does this 15% duty import really mean for Nigeria?
Oh, well, for one, thank you for having me. And then, you know, it is, we talk about domestic production and also importation. So, in all, you need a balance. Like you said, we do not want some sort of monopoly in any of the sector at all. Competition is, according to economics, competition is what drives lower costs and even higher quality. So, this is a double-edged sword. We've listened to the government on why this is happening. We've also listened to marketers on how this will impact their business. And we've heard from the local refiners too. And trust me, it's a positive and negative imbalance. And we're looking at all of this. I think for the Nigerians, it's just to see how this play out. Well, I don't want to speculate. If you just, but at a glance of it, it looks like, oh, this is not so good. But I'd say we just take a time. We've had conversation with marketers, and they are having meetings upon meetings upon meetings just yesterday down to this very morning. And one of the things we've understood from the conversation is that they're also doing their own analysis in-house on how this will impact their business. Because some of them, if not all, take from the local refiners and they also import. So, for example, if local supply cannot meet demand, they would need to bring in the product from outside the country. So they are looking at the analysis of how this will impact their finances, operation, and all of that before they can make a statement officially. So we spoke to 3 marketers. One answered us. The other said they will need to have a meeting before he could speak on the subject matter. But in all, I'll say we should just hold on a little bit, probably on or before this time next Friday.
All right, so the government has said that this will boost local refiners. Do you see the policy actually encourage those players like Dangote, Water Foods, and the like?
Yeah, they do. If you're setting up a company or a business locally as an indigenous firm, you also want to have some sort of succor. In a way you have your dealings. You don't want to play. You can't be clamoring for buy Naira, buy Nigerian products, or buy Nigerian producers, and you are importing. In all, it will help in. So 2 things. It's either it pushes them to want to do better, or it makes them complacent in the sense that they know if importation is high, you can just do what you want. or let's give the Nigerian people quality for their money. So at the end of the day, again, we'll need to look at how this will impact operations across, especially the average Nigerians. But for the local refiner, it's a good one. Cora, that's the body that covers the local refiners, came out in an interview yesterday to say that this is a welcome development. To say that this will create job, it will help with FS issues and all of that, and then boost the economy according to Cora. So let's see how this play out.
Yeah. Right. So some analysts actually believe that this duty could actually raise the price of palm. What do you think? That's the likely outcome. Or do you think otherwise?
I don't think otherwise. Again, let's use the case of the rice issue that happened some years back. Where let's work on local production. Let's make sure that local production we improve on it. We help the farmers and all of that. Then we ban the importation of rice. What happened to the price of rice? Thank you very much. So even though we want to, the plan was to build production here locally. Somehow the ripple effect is that local producers cannot meet this demand of the Nigerian people. They need the importation. So if you're not saying importation now, we're adding some sort of duty on it, 15%, it means it will go up. Like you said, analysts have said this will make the price go skyrocket. And the analysis has shown that it's probably somewhere between 90 naira and 150 naira add-ons on what we currently pay. So surely.
So do you think this shift is going to be realistic, knowing the fact that we actually depend more on imports for refined products?
It is actually realistic. It has been approved. It's just for also implementation.
Yeah.
So
implementation, do you see that short-term basis, or you see that something that
I feel like it's a short, mid-term basis.
Okay.
Because right now, as we're talking, the ban on rice has been lifted. So probably in the next couple of years, we'll see, taking off the 15%. But then that will be, when you see that, okay, this is what the policy has done. Has it improved the price of petrol? Is Nigerian life, the Nigerian people's, are they having a better quality of life? Can they get the product easily? Even though it's on the high side now, there's no more subsidy, but can they get the product? So if you say, okay, they can't get the product as at when they needed it, and the price also on the high side, let's find a way to let's take off this import duty and see if we'll balance things up. But for now, from where I stand, there'll be a hike in price, surely. Now, will the local refiners be able to meet demands? That's the question that we need to answer. And left to me, I feel like local refiners can probably do somewhere between 50 and 70, 80%. But the remaining 20%, how do we get it? So those are the issues.
Now let's look at the concern of smuggling. Do you think if the local prices rise due to the new duties, do you think it will worsen cross-border fuel leakages?
I feel like it shouldn't. The impact it actually have is smuggling will have to reduce. Because then you look at the neighboring countries, how much is fuel in your countries. Before, when we had the subsidy, it was easy to move fuel from Nigeria to neighboring countries. But when the subsidy was lifted, there was a point that smuggling was still going on. But trust me, the quantity dropped. And now, if you're not saying the price of petrol is also going on the high side in Nigeria, probably at the same level with what they're selling in neighboring countries, there will be no need to smuggle. So I don't see smuggling having any chance.
So what other concerns do you have concerning this, apart from the local refineries not having to meet up with product?
No, so racketeering, in the sense that if there's a case of we can't be able to import, or marketers can't bring in product because probably local product is cheaper than bringing in from outside the country, then how do we have regulators in place to make sure that there is not like racketeering, ordering of product? Because if I know you cannot get it outside, or getting it outside is more expensive now, I could just easily keep it to myself and tell you there is no product now, or I give you a little product for a very high price. Almost close to if you want to bring it in from other countries. So my issue or my challenge will be that we should find a way to make sure that regulators do their job. Everybody involved in the value chain do their job and make sure that the Nigerian people's interests and the national security is being placed on the high side first before any other thing.
So for investors watching the sector right now, what signal does this send about to government policy direction, especially in terms of the regulation?
Yeah, so in terms of the regulation, IOCs, NOCs, that's international oil companies, national oil companies, they've called for the regulation because it should be willing buyer, willing seller. It shouldn't be that the price is on the high side and you're telling me I should take 200 naira per liter. You pay some sort of sucker to balance it up. No, let me play fairly on the playing field. Let's do all of this. So the regulation actually will bring in investors. That's not a problem. The problem is, like I said, racketeering. Investors should be able to see that you are not, siding on one side while dealing with the other side negatively. Let it be fair. Let it be free. Let every party come to the pitch and get their game on. So investors, yes, they come in. We talked about $2 billion gas investment some weeks back. We talked about multiple investment that has been coming in just this year. So it's a signal that the reform the administration is doing something good. That's why we literally just have to see how this play out, so that we are not speculating positively or negatively, and you have Nigerian people, on the high.
So how prepared do you think the local refiners are to take advantage of this?
So the conversation has been ongoing. So it's not a thing of the reform just came from nowhere and just said 50% on petrol products, petrol and diesel. They've been having conversation. According to the marketer that we spoke with, they've been talking for 3 weeks, almost a month, about this particular issue. So according to them, though, the concluding part of that conversation, they were not involved. So I feel like they are prepared, but do they have the capacity to supply the demand of the Nigerian people? That is the problem. Preparation, they've been working. They've been refining. Water Smith and the rest have been refining diesel for a long time, even before we have the likes of Dangote Refinery. And Dangote Refinery is already supplying petrol, even exporting petrol, not crude oil, petrol.
Yeah.
So they are ready. I just feel like capacity is the problem.
Yeah, I wanted to ask that. Do you think they have capacity?
Capacity is the problem.
Anytime
so we'll wait and see. But if left,
left to you. What
but left to me, I feel like the capacity is not there. They are on the high side, but they cannot, as it is today, completely supply the Nigerian market 100%. So obviously there will still have to be some sort of importation to shut that gap.
Okay. So with the way the global oil market is still volatile, do you think this policy would backfire?
I won't say it will backfire. I say we'll learn from it. They say we will learn from the ban of rice, the importation of rice. So we'll learn from it. This is not the first time that there will be a reform, that there will be a step back, just to say, oh, what we did is not so good, let's modify. Even the PIA today, we were clamoring for PIA. Eventually it was passed, it became an act. Then now, players in the sector are now saying we need to modify the PIA. So when you modify the PIA, you probably solve the problem that they are having currently. Another problem arises, we modify the PIA again, and that and so on. You understand? So the reform of 15% on petrol and diesel will surely get some sort of a modification going forward.
So what should Nigerians expect in the coming months?
I'd say they should brace themselves. I'm bracing myself. So let's see what our oil companies locally can do. You can't say, or you won't say that you want Nigeria to compete and you're not giving them the opportunity to show what they can do. So this is an avenue for them, the likes of Water Smith, OPAC, Dangote Refinery, to show that we have what it takes to feed the Nigerian people. We can supply you what you need and more. So if you can do that, then there will be no need for importation.
Do you think there's another round of pressure on the economy?
No, I feel like it will help the economy if it works out. Because then the marketers themselves won't have to go look for dollars, FX, to say they want to import. You do it in-house. There's already a Naira for crude reform program going on, initiative. So if it works out 100% that the local refiners could or can supply the Nigerian market, it's good for us. It's good for us as a nation, it's good for us as a people, it's good for Nigeria as an economy.
All right, thank you so much. Ibrahim Abubakar is our in-house energy correspondent right here at Business Day. All right, that's been the big story. Up next is social listening. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
For us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. And who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are responsible for social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no new transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on consumer is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the consumer in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's been transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end cost, high-cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
This is right. It's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not waste, but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things, what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Road is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner, we call Mrs. Wastecare, to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called robust and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste, so I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, we use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of aid.
Good morning and welcome to Social Listening on Business Day Television, where we break down trending stories and how people are reacting online. I am Destiny Momo, joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka
Yeah,
Valentine.
very long. Don't.
Onyeka Valentine, it's so good to always, have you on board, unveil things that happened or that is happening or that is actually trending online, because your tone on these issues are very, very good. I just like it. I just like the way you go about it. Oh, now very quickly, let's talk about the University of Lagos has stopped skit makers, filmmakers, and online creators from using the campus for videos without official approval. I know you have so much to say about this, Valentine. We will come back to it. Let's also see what social listening still wants us to talk about. And the management says people now film inside classrooms and hostels without permission, and it is disrupting academic activities and exposing students' privacy. UNILAG says anyone who wants to film must follow the rules and get clearance from the communications unit before bringing it or even bringing out a camera. Before we see tweets, right? Valentine, what do you have to say on this? Because, of a truth, if they are, like making it this way now, right, it shows that a lot of times students, because they know how profitable content is right now these days, they just want to do it, and thereby disrupting people, especially maybe the theater art students or mass communication students, when they'll be in their open air theaters doing a lot of research, or even the medical students, engineering. People will get distracted, definitely.
So normally, right, when there is a key focus on a particular academia or a particular topic in a classroom or in a lecture room, once there's a bit of skirmish because of some recording outside, it will definitely disturb the concentration and the lecturer, most definitely. I know how these skit makers, how they do this thing. Sometimes what is content to them is when there is unplanned reaction from people
Yes,
who are
exactly.
not aware of the skit that is going on.
Yes.
We see the skits every now and then on social media in different places. But you see, I will totally agree with the officials and of course the
regulators
in UNILAG there.
Mm.
Reasons given is, so it is a place of learning, right? So high concentration is needed. Now, this makers basically might not even be aware of the time and place, and reason why they shouldn't, carry out those skits in some certain areas. And because everybody has a phone now, and all phones do have cameras, unlike back in the days, the old 3310 that don't really have cameras.
Motorola.
Exactly. At that time, skit making was almost limited, although we had people like Charlie Boy way back in the early 90s doing skits. He was more or less the father of skits. People don't know.
Exactly.
But anyways, fast forward to this. The reason why I think I will agree with University of Lagos is, look, skit making has now become a point of distraction.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe they are coming from the angle of, we don't know if it is criminal activity going on.
Exactly.
We don't know if
security
some
undertone.
security issue. Maybe they come from that angle.
Yeah.
But I might not see them come from the angle of, oh, you know what? We have people who don't have activities or don't have things to do. So
I like the fact that it's been regulated, because in an environment like that, anything can happen.
So my point here is, let us look at why are they moving for a ban on unauthorized skit making. When they tell us this, which they've mentioned a bit of it, then another thing will now be, is the skit making really causing trouble such a way that most people don't see?
Let's see tweets to know if what you've just said is also being agreed with by
and there's a monetary aspect of it.
I agree.
I also see that maybe because they found out that it is now becoming so
profitable,
and so students are no longer focusing
on their academics.
Academics
Exactly.
rather looking at skills.
Let's see tweets to this effect. Okay, and from Wells of X Street said, this is just another avenue for extortion. People will now have to pay for approval and permits. And Ola says, once they discover that you are making money off them, just like what Valentine says, without getting anything from you, they'll try to restrict you from doing it. And from Naimeka says, institutions in Nigeria, whether government or academic, often fear what they cannot control. Youth with cameras and voices are unpredictable. And that unpredictability threatens rigid systems that thrive on silence and obedience. And Bitcoin says, good. Discipline and morality are very important in any society. I think in anything that happens, people always have, different views, different opinions. This last person is actually agreeing with the system, just like what I said, that, some things need to be regulated in some location. Now, University of Lagos is actually an academic ground where people go to gain knowledge. And now, if content is coming in the form of skits making and causing the rancor of distraction, it should be regulated. Most definitely should be regulated. And I also agree with everything you said, especially about the security undertone. They're trying to prevent, because when these things want to happen, you never know. It comes like a skit as well, and before you know, whatever happens already.
So again, I just saw 3 of the contributions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I disagree with 2.
Okay.
Right? And I agree with 1. However, with the givens in front of us, I would say it would make sense if they actually seek whoever wants to carry out a skit or record a skit or produce a skit as case may be. Let us know who they are, which is why they are pushing for that, get that authorization thing.
Exactly.
Which is why they're pushing for that. So that if you come on campus, right, we can be able to say, are you a skit maker? Let's get your details.
Let's get your details.
Let's know your name. In doing that, they'll get ID cards, they'll get NI, which you will photocopy, and then they'll file it in. So in an event where something's going on, and whoever it is sees the opportunity to actually commit a crime under the guise of doing skit, they can track that person. Remember, it's a university ground
exactly, so that they can just what you said is very valid, so that they just get their names and track them now. All right, moving forward, a disturbing allegation is coming from Plateau State, where a popular cleric, Reverend Ezekiel Dakuno, says armed bandits invaded a hospital in Barakan at night, kidnapped a female patient, and raped only the Christian girls. He claims the attackers separated them from their Muslim counterparts and abused them for hours before letting them go. Health workers say the victims returned severely injured and had to be treated immediately. Whoa. What is this menace in our society?
So, it's unfortunate to see that while some certain politicians are aiming for 2027, they have not thought about the fact that you need human beings to be able to govern. You cannot govern over grass, can't govern over, animals. You need human beings. Why am I saying so? It is, some will say unbecoming. Others will say it is unheard of.
It's pathetic.
I think so far it is inhumane to not look at the immediate problems we have, which is security.
Yes.
And we are thinking about 2027. I think it is very, very insensitive. But however, be the case. In this kind of situation where you have these terrorists, I call them terrorists, move in, kidnap some certain girls, and then differentiate whoever is this religion or whatever it is, right? And ask us target this particular people.
Valentine, I'm very pained right now.
What this means is that one thing I want to know is that we are proving the international bodies right when they say they are massive target of Christians in a particular area in Nigeria. That is bad for business.
No. This is painful to me. You know why? I've stayed a little bit in Plateau State. As a matter of fact, as a student from the University of Jos, that is a peaceful state. So when things like this keep happening in that, tourists, very, very attractive. I mean, tourists, very, very, beautiful state like the Plateau, it's so painful because this insecurity started since like 2001 or even if I'm not mistaken, and whether we like it or not, now this is a very bad religious case, right? Separating the Christian girls from the Muslim girls in a hospital where everybody have come for treatment, and then inflicting more pains on them by raping them. I do not know the undertone with which to describe this. It is really, really painful. It is painful.
Again, I always say this. It's important that we use tech to make our security even better. It's not like our security do not know about the forensics in these things. I do not know why this is thriving in the Plateau. So I mean, our job is to look at what it is and then deep into the minds of our.
Okay, now let's see what the tweets have to say about this, because this is very painful. Trust me. Let's see what the tweets have concerning this issue. I think from Faraz Faval said, Nigeria has become one of the most dangerous places for Christians. Christians in northern Nigeria are facing extreme hardships, and imagine the pain and trauma of a Christian girl raped for several hours by 8 Muslim jihadists while they held AK-47 rifles to her head. Oh my God. And then you don't say worst parts, Christians who can make a difference to change that are busy doing conversions elsewhere. Conversations, I beg your pardon. And the crusade says that Muslim tickets gave these terrorists a newfound authority over other tribes and religion. What other Christians or what other countries would such happen and everybody would look away?
Right. So this kind of tweet really,
yeah.
I go back. This kind of contributor, really is only trying to incite
religious.
And we don't need
okay.
Really.
All right.
I think. Sorry to cut you. I think it has nothing to do with Muslim
ticket. Yeah.
If you're a bad person, you're a bad person. Whether you're a Christian or a Muslim,
we're all humans.
Right? Unfortunately, look. Let's not forget in the horror there was a case of the so-called Temilen or whatever guy.
Okay.
He was more or less like a gospel artist who killed
exactly
his girlfriend, right, and dismembered her body.
Exactly.
Let's not forget that too.
Exactly.
So it has nothing to do with whether you're Muslim or Christian.
Yes. Yes, we should not, make such things a trend. Now, the crusade said, Muslim, Al-Kabula Historyville said Christian women are raped every day in the northern part of Nigeria, and some people have the effrontery to deny the genocide terrorist attacks on Christians. And another, I think that's all we have on the tweets in that particular topic. And trust me, Valentine, when I say that this is really pathetic. Imagine a girl in pain, maybe undergoing a form of surgery or just underwent a form of surgery. Just check out that scenario. And then it's getting recuperated, taking drips, and being dragged with AK-47 rifle, and being raped in such reckless manner in that pain.
So again,
what can be worse than that?
Allow our emotions not to even see clearly.
It's very, 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 very painful. Trust me.
There's work to be done. There's work to be done. And so in looking at it from that angle of how would they even come in without anybody raising any eyebrow, right? There's a point where we need to ask ourselves the question.
Exactly.
Are we investing a lot in, preemptive measures?
Preemptive measures.
Tech, we can have cameras.
I agree with you. Forensics. We have forensics investigators, and these people, they know what to do. They are very intelligent. They know how to bring these things to fore. All right, now, at the National Assembly, lawmakers say terrorists have threatened to bomb the complex. Wow. Now, the House Committee on Internal Security says there have been messages of the threats, cases of infiltration, fake IDs, theft, and suspicious visitors inside Parliament buildings. Now, lawmakers are now pushing for stronger protection and a new security unit so they can work without fear of an attack. Wow. Before tweets, this is a very serious matter also. If when you see strange people walking in and around the National Assembly, and then, all this kind of, threats are coming to them, they should have something to worry about.
Well, it is what it is. We didn't just start today
and
say, look, that threats just started today. No, it has been there. Again, are we taking it seriously? Now, when threats like this come in, like I mentioned before, it's all in the answer. The answer is all in tech, really. Why have I mentioned that? Look, they have phones, right? You can track these phones. If we really know what we're doing, these people who hold these phones, before they use those apps, right, it will ask for locations. Okay, so
every phone have that.
Exactly.
So it's very easy to track locations.
Exactly. So locations can be tracked. 1, 2. If
arrests can be made.
If the rest of the numbers, it's NIN to those things. If they have documentation that had those particular phones when they bought them, they can follow through. So they know what to do. Unfortunately, when you need to be in the news, even bad news, it's important to keep it out there. However, I don't think anybody should take any threats.
I think we should just see tweets regarding this and take it up from there. All right, from Kenel, Lisa Emeka says, what a welcome development. I can't wait to hear the breaking news, really. And from Joe Mazi says, that will be an excellent move by the terrorists to bomb the shrine of injustice called National Assembly. Why are they hiding the identity of the terrorist group? Whoa. And from Holland,
I should respond to that. I think that is very insensitive.
Yeah.
Such contributions should not even hit our platform, really, because such a person is already inciting, saying that people should be bombed because they're trying to hide anything. Nobody should die in any case.
I understand.
So hold on. Matters like this are quite sensitive. That people who just go on social media could either be a bot that is even contributing to that, not necessarily in real human being.
Okay.
Because you can't tell me that they should remove or wipe. Come on. We're talking about terrorism, zero tolerance, and you're talking about it's good, let them attack.
When some people make such instances out of like maybe hearsay or out of assumptions, sometimes it actually incites a lot of insecurity, pain, and religious differences, ethnicity, and all of that one. I agree with you when you say that maybe not real people would have made such contributions, but at the same time, such people, when they pour out their growls, is as a result of the pain they would have experienced in the past, judging by maybe how maybe the National Assembly treated some issues, or maybe out of hearsay of what they think is actually happening, under the covers. We might not even know about it. So because of time, actually, that's all on social listening today. We will keep following the Campbell's filming ban, the Plateau tragedy, and the security concern at the National Assembly, to bring more updates. I am Destiny Momo. With me, as always, see you next time on Business Day Television for more trending conversations. And thank you for being with us, throughout today on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, hearing everything that we had from the headlines to the newspaper review, to Business Morning, to the big story, and now social listening. Thank you for staying with us. And don't forget to join us same time tomorrow for yet another interesting episode. I am Destiny Mama once again. Have a good day.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast. Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Semaphore 501c3 international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank proudly participated in the United Nations General Assembly 80th and the World Bank annual meeting, championing the cause of artificial intelligence for civil society, turning projects to products. At the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York, artificial intelligence and a renewed global action plan for sustainable development took center stage as world leaders, policymakers, and innovators gathered to chart a coordinated path for ethical technology adoption and inclusive growth. Trace Inegbedion, head of failure and social experiment at the Semaphore Foundation, provided a compelling perspective, noting that artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping how the world approaches social impact and innovation. Panelists including Juwon Olorunipa, Special Advisor to the Governor of Kogi State, Gbenga Akimbulere of Palo Alto Networks, Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Baide Beki Initiative, and Dr. Ero Ibafidon of the Water Light Safe Initiative, examine the growing influence of artificial intelligence in governance, climate resilience, health, and education. In his address, Gbenga Kingbulere, staff software engineer at Palo Alto Networks, says the latest version of your AI is the weakest version of your AI because every upgrade must relearn humanity. In Africa, we are proving that innovation isn't just about building smarter systems. It's about building systems that understand people. We are engineering trust, resilience, and purpose into technology. And that's how African innovators are shaping the future of impact. And Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Ebaide Beki Initiative, warned that AI works best when it's embedded in community structures, not imposed from outside. She added that our biggest risk isn't technical, it's trust. At the just concluded World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum, discussions on artificial intelligence and impact engineering dominated conversations, emphasizing their role in driving sustainable development, accountability, and measurable results. Inegbedion explained that these technologies are redefining how solutions are redesigned for real-world impact. The high-level Semaphore Foundation delegation at the World Bank was led by Hawatelo Kamara Diallo, retired United Nations official and founder IBTK Foundation. She was joined by Kome Igbogidi, Richard Ojuri, Dr. Letitia Malcolm, Winnie Mangeni, and other distinguished Semaphore ambassadors. all of whom have been strong advocates for artificial intelligence and human dignity. And during his third civil society town hall, World Bank President Ajay Banga fielded a direct question from Inegbedion on how artificial intelligence agents could move development funding from projects to products, turning commitments into tangible impact.
My name is Chase from Semanfo Foundation. My big question is around digitization you mentioned. We're in the era of ChatGPT and AI agents. A lot of organizations have struggled with assessing jobs, like you mentioned. You know, we've had companies like Utiva and technology startups growing in that space. I'm looking at the kind of allocation and funding that can go into AI agent, supporting the works of the World Bank recently to be making sure that people who are civil society can hand more money, can raise more funds, and also get to recruit more people into the job system. Can you talk about the funding approach to see that we can also start plugging into systems like ChatGPT in helping this space? Thank you.
You're talking about funding for civil society?
Funding for civil society in relation to jobs and access to technology we can use AI agents.
So we've got this whole, as you know, we've got this whole approach called civil something, right? Which is the effort. We've got lots of acronyms, so you'll have to pardon me. I tend to forget the acronyms. I think there's a bigger topic, which is AI in the emerging markets. And if you don't mind, may I take a minute to answer that? I think it's relevant in a bigger picture. Everybody's talking about big AI. That's the ChatGPT kind of stuff. What does big AI need to be successful? It needs computing power, lots of it. It needs electricity, lots of it. It needs data, lots of it. And it needs people who understand how to use all this, many of them. You tell me how many emerging market countries have these four, and I'll give you a medal. You see? So careful with the idea that big AI will somehow allow a developing country to leapfrog. You have to figure out how to enable that big AI or other AI to be useful to a developing country. And that, I'm not certain, is completely clear to me. So small AI, on the other hand, which is a different way of describing tools that can be used at the edge of the network, meaning on your phone, so that the computing power required, the electricity required, and all the stuff you need, the data you need, is much less and much more local and much more manageable. Let me give you an example. If I'm a farmer, and you'll hear this in our agribusiness launch this week. If I'm a farmer in a cooperative in Uttar Pradesh in India, or in Kenya, or in Brazil, and I could point a phone at a disease on the crop I'm growing, I don't need to know the name of the disease. I can't pronounce it anyway. But if I could know that disease equal to that insecticide from my cooperative for $3, that's priceless, right? That's small AI at work for a farmer. I saw it in Uttar Pradesh.
The organization used both platforms to announce its upcoming participation at the United Nations Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha. The discussions underscored Africa's growing role in redefining the global narrative on technology, probing that innovation from the continent is not only transformative, but deeply human-centered. Destiny Mama for Business Day Television News. Semaphore.
In 11/2025, some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investment, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by Business Day Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen, and we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like, even getting this award today indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank BusinessDay, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. BusinessDay, an award from BusinessDay is a very good one. You know, this isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from BusinessDay several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture of receiving the BAFI Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top-notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services overall, we serve the customers, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended BusinessDay Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us. Because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done on, you know, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payment technology. So we feel very great, really, and we are excited.
So what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data. We had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users, before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand, but it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this, and we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, you know, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate Business Day for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see. We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So Providence Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This is just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, I'm very happy.
So what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award, because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Iron Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers, and that has led to deals upon deals. And here we are today. This is one of the reward of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can,
be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connection.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on BusinessDay TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as matters affecting the capital markets. On the show this morning, we have a discussion around the acquisition of a 40% stake in a company known as ND Western by one of Nigeria's listed upstream oil and gas players, that's Aradel. Aradel last week acquired an additional 40% stake in ND Western, increasing their stake to 81.67%. This is the latest in the list of mergers, acquisitions that have been dominating the upstream space in Nigeria. And in addition to that, we also have reports coming in from Renaissance Capital Africa that there will be further divestments on onshore assets, that is shallow water assets, by next year. They outlined around 10 oil blocks that they believe that some of the IOCs are probably going to be letting go of, and we want to look at it holistically. We want to look at the entire thing. What's the implication for the entire space? And on the show this morning, I have Dikpo Oladende, our energy analyst here at Business Day. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, David. Nice to be here once again.
Yeah, so let's start with the Aradel deal. What's the rationale behind Aradel's acquisition of this new equity in ND Western?
Okay, thanks. So again, you need to look at the objective of Aradel. What is Aradel trying to achieve? What's their end game in all of this? Are they trying to the first acquisition of assets where they are a player in the Renaissance conglomerates? Is it a one-off thing, or they plan to spread their tentacles across the Nigerian market and then of course expand to West Africa? So what we've seen is Aradel is expanding. They are trying to grow their influence across Africa and across Nigeria, because first of all, they are seeing opportunities, they are seeing plans for expansion, for growth. Why? Because if you look at Nigeria, for the first time in a long while under the new administration, we are seeing an improved environment around the oil and gas sector.
Okay.
So we're seeing a lot of deals happen. The ease of doing business in the oil and gas sector have relatively improved now. And so, I mean, you'd ask yourself, what's better time to strike than to strike when the iron is hot? So they probably saying that the iron in the oil and gas sector is hot, and they are striking because they are seeing opportunities for growth.
Okay.
Not just within the areas where they already have control over. They are seeing opportunities for growth in other areas, and they probably looked at the Renaissance conglomerate and say, look, why don't we try to acquire more
stake in what we have now?
In what we have now. First of all, you look at the environment. So first of all, we have the NNPC boss, who is a private sector person, somebody who they are very, very much familiar with. You have the special advisor to the energy, Oluve Hedging, who is also spearheading a lot of reforms as well. So, I mean, you look at the sector and the best time to strike. If you have any money that you don't know what to do in the short term, I think the best time to do now is to look at the oil and gas sector and
look at where it can enter.
So,
so one question is around ND Western. ND Western has a 45% stake in one of the OMLs. That's OML 34. How will it affect Aradel's reserve profile right now? For now, we know that they only have, I think Aradel only has stake in, is it Ugbele? I think that's OML 12. Now, how will this play into what they have existing in their books for now?
Okay, so the game of the oil and gas is a game of reserve, really, because reserve fits into your production.
Yeah.
And the bigger your reserve is, the bigger your ability to, there's a metrics called reserve replacement ratio. Reserve replacement ratio is, as you're producing from your reserve, you're expected to be refilling back those reserves, because you are only as big as what your reserve can do.
Yes.
Really. It's if you want to see a company's production profile in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, go and check their reserve. It's whatever they have there from their reserve,
they can use to get loans and all.
Exactly. And so the bigger your reserve is, the bigger your ability to, you can walk into any bank and say, look, I need $500 million. And you say, what's your collateral? I'll show you my reserve. You can walk up to any major financial institution. You can even walk up to any of the big players. If you want to collaborate with a Shell, for instance, you want to collaborate with any of the biggest technical partners, your ability to, the bigger your reserve is, your ability, the bigger your negotiation skill is, the bigger. So what they are trying to do, which I also foresee they will do more, is they will try to grow their reserve, because they want to increase their reserve replacement ratio. And so the bigger your reserve, it's when your reserve is growing, then you can now talk to partners who can help you scale up oil production. And then it's, again, I think the companies, they are thinking big. They are probably looking at their 10-year, 15-year, let's acquire as many short deals as we can now. So beyond just ND Western, they'll probably be targeting any low-hanging fruits, especially assets that they've discovered that they are big on gas and they have their oil production. They've not really fully explored all of the oil in it. So they'll probably be going for that and then scale it up, boost your reserve. When you boost your reserve, you can get more funds in order to scale up oil production, and then you're bigger.
So basically, we are looking at a bigger Aradel in this sense. So Aradel will have not just OML 12, they also have OML 34. The question I have is around Renaissance. There's been a lot of talk around increasing their stake in Renaissance. Before now, they had a 12.5% stake, direct stake. Then when you consider what they hold in ND Western, I think their indirect stake now goes up to 20%. But now people are saying it's going to go up to 50%. Their stake in Renaissance. Give me a feel of how that does that now give them like effective control over whatever goes on in Renaissance?
Okay, so I had once interacted with someone with Haradel, and who had said to me that, look, Haradel's goal is to be the king of onshore assets. That's the end goal. So they want to basically dominate all the onshore assets in Nigeria. So that's which is why I said, look, it's not, I think this is just the beginning. And let's not forget that in the oil and gas sector is still, we are coming from a very low base. That's apart from Seplat.
So that means they're going to be in direct competition, like massive competition with people like Seplat.
Yeah, of course, definitely. So again, apart from people like Seplat, who else is, we look at ITO, for instance. Yes, ITO is big in the name, but then they've just been able to focus on the assets they've acquired ever since they came on board, and that's what they've been maintaining.
Yes.
You look at others, you look at
Sterling Oil,
you look at New Cross, you look at, what Aradel is trying to do is, again, look at the people behind the Aradel structure. Yeah, ex-IOC guys, people would think that, look, the oil and gas is not well developed, so they're trying to do more regarding it. So back to Renaissance. So their control of Renaissance is, they are upping their stake in control of Renaissance. Let's not forget that Renaissance hands are completely filled up now.
Yes.
You've acquired about 20 to 25 assets from Shell. This is just oil blocks ago. Their oil wells are there. You look at gas plants are there. You look at a lot of things, pipelines. So the Renaissance, all the assets under Renaissance is, it's massive. So what Aradel is trying to do is they want to have a bigger slice
of
the pie. And what better way to do that than to acquire more stakes from people who are willing to let those stakes go. And again, you just need to look at the vision. Normally, if you have a stake in Renaissance now, it's expected that you would hold tight to it because but then, it's often said that everybody have a price. Even if you have a stake there, there's some amount of cash that will be dangled at you, and you say, okay, look, I think this cash is convincing. Let me let go of, so that's what they are doing. They want to acquire more stake in Renaissance because they see future in onshore assets in Nigeria. And so if the end game is to be the king of onshore, I foresee that they will be acquiring more till when they are accomplished.
That leads to my next question around the reports that Renaissance Capital Africa wrote, and the one you reported about, that they are highlighting that around 10 onshore assets will be divested by 2026, maybe 2027. What's the rationale? Why is it happening this way? Especially an NPC that wants to let go of some of his onshore assets. Why are they doing that?
Okay, so for the 10 assets that will be up in the market next year, majority of these assets are owned by IOCs that they are under pressure from international communities to reduce their carbon emissions. Okay. Majority of them, their headquarters are already on their, so IOCs are basically prioritizing assets that are not, the carbon emissions from these assets are very low. And so once they realize that, look, it will affect the group's ability to make money or to the group's ability to raise cash, they'll probably let go of those assets. So that's one. Again, it's often said that indigenous guys can sweat onshore assets more
better
compared to
IOCs.
That's secondly. And then thirdly, again, you look at the oil and gas sector, there's been some executive orders lately that has basically changed the game for the oil and gas. So now there's executive order on Project Echo. So what that means is a project have a timeline. If you initiate a project with the regulator, you have a 6-month window to close that project. Before now, you can initiate a project and the project can take forever with nobody listening to you. But now there is a law that says the regulator must attend to you within 6 months. So that puts the regulator under pressure to say, look, if you submitted a project to sweat one asset for maybe you want to increase production by 10,000, there's a law now that says the regulator must give you speedy reply within 6 months, even if they are not, and that is what is needed really in the sector, because the sector is not saying the regulator should say yes to every operator's demand,
Yes.
but the law is saying give a response. So even if you are saying a no, it means that the operator of that asset can easily move on from that asset and go and do whatever he or she needs to do in order to make sure that the asset is viable. So what we are saying is this is the best time to put in your money in the oil and gas, because there is certainty of funds. The certainty that you will recoup your money back is there. And so why not? Because again, you don't know what will happen in the next 4-5 years. You can have a new sheriff in town that won't pay as much attention to
the oil and gas.
to the oil and gas the way the Tinubu administration is saying. So everybody is trying to say, look, what can we do in order to make the best of what we have right now? So the divestment would happen because, again, some indigenous guys who already have access to 1 or 2 cash, or who can talk to banks, especially the local banks. Again, the local banks, some of the local banks are open to investing in the oil and gas now because they've also seen green lights. So if they are if they can talk to local banks, they can raise cash, and then the more cash they can raise, the better they can do business, and that's it.
So the question I have now is around the competitive advantage of the local guys compared to the IOCs. You said they have the ability to sweat the assets more. Based on what? Is it the ability to interact with the communities better?
Yes. So again, onshore assets are assets that are within
communities,
the communities, within the ground level, and so the indigenous guys can sit down with majority of the global guys. The IOCs can't do that because of international laws that they are obligated to, right? Majority of the IOCs cannot have there are some agreements they cannot reach with host community, even if they would want to, but because it's against their parent company's policy, they won't want to. For instance, the local guys can be flexible in their interactions with the host communities and say, look, what are the demands of the host community? Is it to sponsor, again, this is just example, is it to sponsor Ashobi for you guys every month?
Okay.
And that will guarantee steady power. If that would, of course, they are willing to enter all sorts of negotiations.
To prevent them from sabotaging operations.
Exactly. But the international company will probably tell you, no, this is against my parent company. This is, again, the international companies, they don't understand our peculiar challenges in Nigeria. They don't understand the peculiar challenges facing each of the host community. For one host community, the problem facing them might be insecurity. For another one, it might be issues of potable water. For another, it might be issue of good schools. For another, it might be issue of just taking care of their chiefs. There are some traditions in Nigeria that, look, they'll be loyal to you if you take care of the elderly ones in their environment.
Yeah.
Right? So once you take care of the elderly ones in their environment, that's all you need. You have their 100% loyalty. And so if it means taking care of the elderly ones in that community, you would earn peaceful. Yes. So the local guys will be more flexible in how they negotiate.
Yeah.
The local guys have a better understanding of the local environment compared to the international guys. And the local guys are more flexible, right? They can tweak whatever agreements they need to have with host community in order to achieve better oil. So that's what I say. They can sweat the assets more. They can they can interact more. Let's not forget that even when the IOCs are operating in Nigeria, they had intermediaries, right?
Yes.
That they are dealing with in order to interact. And so rather than dealing with this community, the local guys can sit down with the elderly man in one community and say, look, let's eat fisherman pepper soup. What are your demands? What do you want? How can we make things better? And that's it. And that's what we would achieve.
Okay. Thank you so much for enlightening us, giving us insight into what the implications of some of these continued M&As are for the upstream sector. After the break, we'll return with market updates making the rounds as well as some news highlights. Stay with us.
To clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Come to the triumph lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And business service of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome back to Economy and Market, and we're moving on to business news making the rounds. CBN says that the $1.25 billion Q1 oil support import bill is not a direct intervention. The CBN has said that the amount represents legitimate foreign exchange transactions conducted by participants in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, not direct CBN intervention. According to the CBN spokesperson, Hakama Sidi Ali, the figure reflects total FX transactions across sectors, including oil and gas, under the willing buyer, willing seller framework. She explained that, since the unification of exchange rates in 2023, the NAFEM has operated a market-driven system where Forex is sourced and supplied by market participants, not allocated by the central bank. Ali emphasized that the data published in the CBN's Q1 2025 sectoral utilization of foreign exchange report simply captures aggregate utilization by authorized dealers and end users. The bank reaffirmed its commitment to a transparent market-based foreign exchange regime that promotes efficient price discovery, economic stability, and confidence in Nigeria's financial system. They'll move on to a bill that's been proposed by the House of Representatives. The House of Reps is proposing a green tax on plastic manufacturers to curb pollution. The House of Reps ad hoc committee on the ban of single-use plastics has proposed a green tax on manufacturers of polypropylene, a plastic widely used in packaging, disposable cups, woven bags, and household items. At the committee's inaugural meeting in Abuja, the chairman, Tessar Ugbo, said the House will also consider legislation to regulate polypropylene production and promote recycling as part of the national strategy to curb pollution and protect public health. He warned that polypropylene emits toxic chemicals like formaldehyde and benzene during production, contributes to high carbon emissions, and can persist in landfills for up to 500 years. Ugbo said the committee will work with the Environment Ministry and NESRA to design a policy framework for the green tax and integrate recycling into national waste management. He emphasized that the initiative is about sustainability and environmental responsibility, not taxation, as Lagos State also enforces its own plastic ban. Then we'll move on to news around Nest Oil. Police has sealed Nest Oil headquarters as court order takeover over a $1 billion debt. Armed officers of the Nigerian Police Force on Tuesday sealed the Lagos headquarters of Nest Oil Limited following a federal high court order authorizing First Bank of Nigeria and its subsidiary FBN Quest Merchant Bank to take over Nest Oil assets over an alleged debt running into $1 billion. The enforcement followed a Mareva injunction issued on October 22, 2025 by Justice D.I. Dikpeolu against Nest Oil, its affiliate, Nekonde Energy Limited, and the firm's promoters, Ernest and Inena Obie Jesse. The court directed the Deputy Inspector General of Police to assist bailiffs and the appointed receiver manager in executing the order. Court filings show that FBN Quest Merchant Bank and First trustees alleged a combined debt of $1.01 billion and 430 billion naira as of September 30, 2025. The ruling also freezes accounts and shareholdings in more than 20 financial institutions. The case was adjourned to November 7 as Nest Oil and its chairman are yet to respond. Nestle hit 72.5 billion profit in 9 months as higher prices boost revenue. Nestle Nigeria PLC has reported a net profit of 72.5 billion naira for the first 9 months of 2025, marking a sharp rebound from the 184 billion net loss recorded in the same period last year. Revenue rose by 33% to 884.5 billion, driven by higher product prices, while gross margins improved to 37% from 31% in the first 9 months of 2024. The company's turnaround was largely supported by a 20.8 billion net foreign exchange gain, reversing a 285.3 billion FX loss in the same period of 2024. Its net finance cost dropped to 53 billion, reflecting improved FX market stability and the ease of pressures on import-dependent manufacturers. Pre-tax profits surged by 150% to 128 billion, while its earnings per share stood at 91.44 naira. However, the Q3 profit margin fell to 7.2%, while the 9-month average was 8.2%. Nestle reduced its total borrowing to 521 billion, maintaining a stronger, more efficient balance sheet. Then we move on to news around GT Co that has reported a net interest income of 952 billion in the first 9 months of 2025. GT Co, GT Guarantee Trust Holding Company, has reported a 22% rise in its net interest income to 952 billion naira for the first 9 months of 2025. This is driven by higher yields and sustained asset growth. Interest income from consumer loans rose to 450.8 billion, while investment securities contributed 547.8 billion. However, interest expense increased by 40% to 278.7 billion amid tighter monetary conditions. Non-interest income grew by 17% to 210 billion, supported by higher digital and e-banking transactions. Trading gains climbed to 77.2 billion, while other income fell to 85.8 billion from 577.4 billion, following the normalization of FX revaluation gain. The bank's operating expenses rose to 365 billion, leading to a 26% drop in its pre-tax profit to 900.8 billion. Its profit after tax fell by 36% to 699.6 billion, with an earnings per share at 20.71 naira. GTCO's total assets increased by 13% to 16.66 trillion naira, supported by loan and deposit growth. After the break, we return with updates from the markets. Stay with us. Okay, let's move on to market update from yesterday. Yesterday, the market closed a bit marginally. It was a marginally bearish movement yesterday in the market, as we saw a 0.09% decline. With the market, the all-share index is still within the 155,000 mark. We saw the market lose around 142.95 points. Market capitalization declined slightly to 98.6 trillion naira, and our total traded volume for the day 525.4 million shares. In terms of value, 25.4 billion naira. Now let's move on to the top gainers of the day. The top gainer of the day was Sovereign Trust Insurance, that saw a 9.88% share price appreciation as its share price hit 4 naira 45 kobo. ASO Savings and Loans continued its bearish movement, 9.72%, as the share price is now at 79 kobo. Beggar Paints up by 9.25%, share price 42 naira 90 kobo. Coronation Insurance WAPIC 6.90% with the share price now at 3 naira 10 kobo. ICO also saw significant gains, 6.13% to hit a share price of 3 naira 98 kobo. On the losing side, we have Mick Nichols down by 8.81% to close at the share price of 3 naira. Lasakwa Assurance down 8.62% to close at the share price of 2 naira 65 kobo. Livestock Feeds 7.69% decline to close at the share price of 7 naira 20 kobo. John Holt down by 7.69% to hit a share price of 6 naira. Ikeja Hotels PLC down by 7.32% to close at the share price of 19 naira. And in terms of actively traded stocks, we see Sovereign Trust Insurance also being the most actively traded stocks in terms of volume, 42.645 million shares in deals worth around 187.29 million naira. Fidelity Bank for almost 42 million shares in deals worth around 797 million naira. First Holdco 37.7 million shares in deals worth just around 1.19 billion naira. Zenith Bank also recorded a significant trading value and trading volume, 28.142 million shares in deals worth 1.8 billion naira. Then Stanbic was the most traded share in terms of value, 27.509 million shares in deals worth over 3 billion naira. Let's look at the global markets. On the side of the global market in the US, it was all greenish yesterday. It was all bullish yesterday from Dow Jones, as investors are reacting to what will be described as tempered inflation numbers in the US. Inflation numbers in the US will end up to 3%, although lower than expected of 3.1. The market is responding to that. Dow Jones up 0.73%, S&P 500 up 0.42%, Nasdaq Composite up 0.95%. From there, we'll move on to Asia, where we see it's been a marginally flat, marginally bearish run in Asia. Nikkei 225, after hitting all-time highs, crossing the 50,000 mark in Japan, it went down yesterday by 58 basis points. The Kospi index also crossed the 4,000 mark, and it went down yesterday by 80 basis points. And in China and in Hong Kong, rather, saw a 33 basis points decline in their stock market with the Hang Seng index. Let's move on to Europe, where it's been a mix from England to France to Germany. 44 basis points in England, 27 basis points in France decline, and we see a 12 basis point decline in Germany. That's the DAX index. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Olujimi.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are knowing of businesses. We're telling the stories behind them, the hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to the news at noon right here on the Business Day television. I am Glory Brown. Now, the headlines. New Naval Chief vows tougher crackdown on crude oil theft and maritime crimes. Governors, investors raise $500 million for solar manufacturing. Reps probed tax deductions, multiple charges by banks. Egypt's vast $1 billion museum to open in Cairo after 2 decades build. Barcelona considering summer move for Victor Osimhen. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Idi Abbas, the newly appointed Chief of Naval Staff, has assumed command of the Nigerian Navy, pledging to intensify the battle against crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, sea robbery, and other maritime crimes that continue to drain Nigerians' economy. Speaking at the Navy headquarters on Thursday in Abuja during the official handing over ceremony, Abbas, the 33rd Chief of Naval Staff, revealed that his tenure will prioritize maritime security, fleet renewal, personnel welfare, and inter-agency cooperation to safeguard the nation's territorial waters and support the growth of the blue economy. Abbas acknowledged that while the Navy has recorded notable achievement under successive administrations, Nigerian maritime domain remains under constraint and constant threat from oil thieves, pirates, and criminal networks engaged in illegal fishing and drug trafficking. He urged officers and men of the Navy to uphold the service core values of integrity, professionalism, and teamwork, assuring them that discipline, accountability, and welfare would remain central to his leadership. Let's have a look at this video clip.
As I formally conclude my tenure on active duty, following almost 34 years of commissioned service to our beloved country, I cherish both the sense of accomplishment this milestone brings and the mixed emotions of parting from an organization that I regard as my family. I am confident that my successor will maintain the tempo in ensuring adequate security in our maritime environment. I am also confident that he will carry on with the good works and even improve on the good works that we have done, so that the Navy will always be better for it after each tenure. On this note, I urge you all to extend the same loyalty, the same support, the same cooperation which you gave to me, to my successor, Rear Admiral I. Abbas.
It is with a profound sense of honor, humility, and gratitude to God Almighty that I stand before you today as the 23rd Chief of the Naval Staff. I am eternally grateful to the President and Commander-in-Chief, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for finding me worthy to lead the Nigerian Navy. I am humbled by the trust bestowed upon me and fully recognize the responsibilities this esteemed office carries. Today marks not just a personal milestone, but also a reaffirmation of our collective commitment to the values and mission of the Nigerian Navy. As I assume command, I, by God's grace, promise to uphold the proud traditions of excellence and service that define our Navy.
Moving on, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has revealed that the federal government, in partnership with state governors and private investors, has secured nearly $500 million to establish solar manufacturing plants across Nigeria. Adelabu revealed this at the Nigerian Energy Conference in Lagos, where he announced that Nigeria has begun exporting locally manufactured solar panels to Ghana, marking a milestone in the country's renewable energy drive. According to him, following the recently concluded Nigeria Renewable Energy Innovation Forum organized by the Rural Electrification Agency, the government secured agreements worth nearly $500 million with state governors and private investors. In his words, the initiative would add close to 4 gigawatts of solar manufacturing capacity per annum, marking almost 80% of Nigeria's current total power generation capacity. The minister added that the deals will support local production of solar panels, batteries, and meters, reducing dependence on imports and positioning Nigeria as a key player in the regional energy market. Still on, the House of Representatives has inaugurated an ad hoc committee to investigate growing concerns over excessive tax deductions from the earnings of civil servants and public servants, as well as multiple and unclear bank charges imposed on customers of deposit money banks. The committee, chaired by River lawmaker Kelechi Nwungu, was inaugurated in Abuja on Thursday by the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas. According to reports, Nigerians are increasingly voicing frustrations over unfair and unexplained deductions from their salaries and bank accounts, as civil and public servants in particular say they are being hit by multiple taxes, levies, and bank fees that reduce already their stretched incomes. This reportedly stems from Nigerians' complex tax system, where overlapping deductions by federal, state, and local agencies often lead to double taxation and poor accountability. Many workers also allege that some deducted funds, such as pensions and house contributions, are not properly remitted to the relevant authorities. In response to growing public outrage, the House of Representatives launched the Ungu Lead Committee to probe the allegations. Also, the United Kingdom has reaffirmed its commitment to supporting Nigerian exporters through the Developing Countries Trade Scheme, which offers tariff reductions and simplified trade for the country. Let's go on a quick break now. When we return, we'll bring you more news in details. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Welcome back. It's still the news at noon right here on the Business Day television. Also, the United Kingdom has reaffirmed its commitment to supporting Nigerian exporters through the Developing Countries Trade Scheme, which offers tariff reductions and simplified trade rules to boost market access. According to reports, more than 3,000 Nigerian products, including ginger, cocoa, sesame seeds, cashew nuts, soya beans, and textiles are set to benefit from enhanced entry into the UK market under the scheme. According to a statement signed by the British High Commission, the announcement was made during the UK-Nigeria Economic Diversification Dialogue and in Lagos as part of ongoing engagement under the UK-Nigerian Enhanced Trade and Investment Partnership. Johnny Basta, British Deputy High Commissioner, reaffirmed the UK's commitment to strengthening trade ties with Nigeria, noting that bilateral trade between both countries stood at £7.9 billion in the 12 months ending March 2025. Barster added that the DCTS launched in 2023 provides generous tariff reductions and simplified trade rules for developing countries, opening new opportunities for Nigerian exporters in key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and textiles. To end the local news, the World Bank Group has called for stronger regulations and proper sector governance as a total tool necessary for achieving an expanded and diversified power generation needs and investment in the Nigerian power sector. Matthew Vergis, the World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, revealed this in Abuja on Thursday at the 20th anniversary of the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission. Vergis said Nigeria is the country with the most significant electricity access deficit in absolute terms in the world, adding that the role of a regulator in providing a transparent and balanced service to both consumer and utilities alike is central to any power sector reforms. The country director noted that in the off-grid space,
Forward-looking regulations have helped catalyze private sector investment into distributed renewable energy solutions, resulting in over 7.8 million Nigerians gaining access to electricity in the past 5 years. And now, on the foreign scene, a vast $1 billion museum built as the world's largest archaeological facility dedicated to a single civilization will open outside Cairo on Saturday. After countless delays over the course of its 2-decade construction, the Grand Egyptian Museum, located a mile away from the Pyramid of Giza, reportedly covers an area of 470,000 square meters. According to report, the complex was announced in 1992 while construction began 2005, as some areas of the museum opened in a soft launch in 2024. More than 50,000 items will be housed in the museum, including an 83-ton, 3,200-year-old and a boat of belonging to Khufu, the pharaoh credited with building the pyramid. The museum includes 24,000 square meters of permanent exhibition space, a children's museum, conference and educational facilities, a commercial area, and a large conservation center. Also, Jamaican Information Minister Dana Morris-Dixon has revealed that at least 19 people have died in Jamaica as a result of Hurricane Melissa. As search and rescue efforts continued while authorities tried to get aid to hard-hit areas. The hurricane was one of the most powerful to strike the Caribbean, has also killed at least 30 people, and 80 officials said. The zone revealed that there are entire communities that seem to be marooned and areas that seem to be flattened in Jamaica, adding that there are devastating scenes in western regions. The report revealed that electricity remains out to most of the island, while many thousands are growing increasingly desperate for aid as people try to salvage damaged homes and belongings from floodwaters and mud. And now to sports. Barcelona are reportedly considering a summer move for Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen as a long-term replacement for veteran forward Robert Lewandowski, who is expected to leave the club at the end of the season. The Catalan Giants have made the signing of a new top striker a top priority as they make plans ahead for the 2026-2027 season, as financial uncertainties could reportedly make a move for Osimhen difficult. Osimhen only joined Galatasaray permanently from Napoli during the summer for around 75 million euros and is under contract until 2029, making any potential transfer complex and expensive. It has been impressive for Galatasaray this season, as scoring 6 goals and 9 appearances for the Turkish champions this season, continuing the prolific run that made one of Europe's most sought-after strikers. To end the news, Juventus have confirmed the appointment of Luciano Spalletti as their new head coach following the dismissal of Igor Tudor earlier this week. Spalletti, Juventus' top choice to replace Tudor, has signed a short-term deal until the end of 2025/2026 season, with an option to extend if the club qualifies for next season's Championship League and will reportedly earn around €3 million per season. Juventus parted with Tudor after a dismissal run of form that saw the team go 8 matches without a win in all competitions, losing 3 consecutive games and failing to score in their last 4. Spalletti, born in Cetaldo in 1959, brings over 3 decades of coaching experience, having managed Roma, Inter Milan, and Napoli, where he famously led the Panettofi to 2022/2023 Serie A title. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. Thank you. My name is Gloria Brown. Stay tuned for more updates on the Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited and all, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it's going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. You sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that there will not be cost, there will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily, and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omieko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe, and smart transport system. Backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank, the Omieko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries, and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omieko, a blueprint for the future. Omieko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our Omibus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to say ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omieko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omieko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters
and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various
Hello everyone and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra, the show that brings you everything business of entertainment. And today on our show we have a special guest. My guests are always special, obviously, but then again we have someone so special here. He has been working in the fashion space for over 2 years now, and he has worked with a lot of celebrities. It's juicy. Today on the show, I have Benny Styles. Benny Styles, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh man, it's glad to have you here as well. Oh, it's like we hardly have like someone from the fashion space up in business, and the business of fashion is something that a lot of people do not understand. And having you here actually makes you something for our audience to take in, and you coming from the style that you just representing your brand and all that, which is very good, and which is why I see why a lot of celebrities gravitate towards you. Nevertheless, he has done a lot of things. All those your fans, your celebrities, your faves on the AMVCA carpet. Guess who styles them? So Benny, it's nice to have you in our studio. Tell us how this all started. When did it all start for you, and what was the background to styling celebrities? What was it like?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad that there's an opportunity for us to have fashion conversations. We hardly have fashion conversations in our space. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here. So I'll say that for me, fashion has been a thing for me from my university days. Even right from childhood, you get. Growing up, my siblings, they always ask me to suggest styles to them. My sisters actually. So it became a thing for us in the house. Anytime you're going out, they come to me. Hi Benny, what's up? Do you think you like this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? And my opinions are valid. So it became a thing. Then I got to school. I started doing the whole thing. Collaborating with my friends, my classmates. They want to go out. They want to go to events, dinner nights, all of those things. They call me. So as a point, I became a very fashionable person in my faculty. You get, because for me, I needed to change how we see some certain things, some certain clothes in that territory. Because for me, I schooled in Ambersali University, Ekpoma. So in Ekpoma, if people that know Ekpoma, they know how people dress there. There's always jeans,
people are here.
Jeans, polo, they are stagging. This one is with dress. Nobody really cares about their style. Everybody's just wearing what they feel like and just come. So for me, it was very boring, and I didn't like that. So it started from my own personal uniform, going to classes every day. We used to wear navy blue and black. So you see me in different kind of outfits, see me in different shades of navy blue. I always very stylish. Today I paired the waistcoat, tomorrow I'm with a jacket, next tomorrow I'm with a bishop neck, tomorrow collar neck. It was just crazy, different style, different. So everybody kept wondering, Benny, what's happening? So I thought of the whole thing. I'm like, oh, this is actually a market in Lagos, but it's not here. So I need to do something. So that's how I actually came up, and I started collaborating with some of the designers that I saw there, and they love my style. They love, in fact, when I do something with them, it's different from what they've been doing, and they're wondering, they're like, what have they been doing actually? So it became a very interesting thing for me, and I came back to Lagos too.
So let's talk about your inspiration to fashion in general. What inspired you to pursue this career initially?
Okay, for me, like I said, I love fashion.
Okay, but who inspired you really?
I have a lot of mentors at the moment. A lot of people inspired me actually. One of which is the styling Fidel. Actually, one of my mentors. I look forward to him. I look up to him. I mean, it's one of the intentional stylists we have in Nigeria.
Have you guys met?
Yes, we have. And we follow each other on Instagram. He's wonderful. He pays a lot of attention to detail. So it caught my eye when I was growing up. So, and I mean, I followed him diligently. So, yeah. didn't know we would meet this close, this very soon. This like the gap wasn't so long. I mean, I've been in the industry for like 2 years. He's been there for like 10. But yeah.
So in your view, why is the fashion industry, let's talk about the industry of fashion right now. Why is the fashion industry positioned to becoming the next big thing in Africa, from Africa? Because we are seeing a lot of stylists or a lot of fashion designers taking their brands outside, and this is something that not just, we're not talking about music or film. If you want to talk about like the creative industry in Nigeria, we're talking about also fashion is also part of it. We are at the event, we are at the African creative market, and fashion is basically has its own show to show you how, and the runway that happened yesterday evening. It was superb. A lot of fashion designers came out to show their brand. So my question now is, why do you think we are basically African fashion is the next big thing out of Africa?
Africa is a great continent, and for Nigeria, Nigerians are very great. Like, we have richness in our culture.
Yeah.
And if you look at our local fabrics that we have, like the likes of Adire, Ashioke, tie and dye, and the rest, these are fabrics that, they were there then, but people did not do so much with it.
Okay.
So it seems like now, every designer has seen, they've created a niche for themselves, and they've seen the market. So they want to use the same cultural, what we already have, to modify it to make sure that the rest of the world sees it, and they're doing fantastic with it. If you check Lisa Afolayo, you would see that she doesn't drift away from us, like our culture. Go and check her prints. It tells a story with our heritage, it's our culture, and all of those things. Not even only Lisa. Go to look at Ugomoye.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So these are people that want to tell stories in all of these things. And Africa is just so, they need to break into that market to be able to show for sort of this thing. So it's not just a Nigeria thing. Everybody needs to say it.
Yeah, because we are having a lot of conversations around people taking their, it's like the big countries that accept fashion. When we take our things out there, they're no longer thinking about the UK hip hop fashion or not. They're now focusing more on, let's see what's coming from Africa, because we are using our artists who are big, the big artists to explore, those spaces and all that, which is quite something. It's something I see is amazing, which is something that fashion designers should tap into and all that. So, but my next question goes to, like, how is it contributing to job creation in Nigeria?
It is. A typical Nigerian designer has a lot of labor, like workforce, right? In terms of production, facility control, like a lot of things are going into in production of a dress. There are a lot of stages it passes. So in these stages, the designer is not going to do them all herself. She has people to employ that's going to make them work. There is the person who is going to source the fabric, who's going to procure them, all of those things. There's bidding, there's just a lot, actually. So I mean, it creates a lot of job opportunities.
Yeah. So can you discuss, like, when you talk about fashion styling, you're one of the top in Nigeria. So right. So let's talk about styling as a business in Nigeria. What are the challenges like in terms of monetization, client acquisition, like building brands? What is it like about Benny Styling?
For Benny Styling, I mean, we are grateful for where we are now, and where we are going to. At the beginning of the year, we had a lot of plans that we're going to execute before, like, even the first quarter, which were really achieved. Now we're in the second half of the year. We're looking out for some other things that we have in our list as well. For stylists in Lagos, I'm glad that now people are beginning to see and they know the importance of having a stylist. For us, it's not just about the clothes now. It's about putting an entire look together, telling a story. A client comes to you, she doesn't know what she wants, she doesn't have an idea of what she wants to be like. For instance, bridal styling. Do you understand? So it is the job of a stylist to put all of these elements together and make sure that their client looks great. Being able to see this client, know what will work on them, know what will fit them, know what elements is going to put together to make a complete look for this person. Communicating with clients too, do you understand? And I'm really glad that people are beginning to see that the fashion styling industry is a place to reckon with. People are beginning to trust their money with stylists and know that yes, they're going to get full use of it, and they're gonna make it work. Because unlike before, when you even tell somebody I'm a stylist, they'd be like, oh, what's this one doing? Do you get? It wasn't a thing then. I'm sure when those people started like maybe 7-8 years ago, they found it very difficult because it was just like they were trying to just do it for doing sake, because out of passion and all of those things, they didn't really get so much from it, because then it wasn't paying as much as it is paying now. So now people now know the real work of a stylist and why you can literally see if you would see a work that a stylist is involved in and see a work that a stylist is not involved in, and you can tell the difference. So it's very, very
my question is, what separates you in terms of you and other stylists? What's the branding about Benny Styling that separates you from?
Okay, so for Benny Styling, we are a styling company, right? Benny is a person. The Benny Styling is a company, and you do a lot of things actually. We do bridal styling and groom styling.
Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we do bridal styling, groom styling. We do commercial styling, editorials, birthday shoots, special events, And aside that, we do style curation for fashion brands. So it's not just, we're not selfish with what we give out. We give to fashion brands as well, and all of those fashion shows too. And that's
God, from my lips to you. I want him to style me on my birthday.
We will. Why not?
Yeah, because I'm big on fashion myself, but and I feel like this was like 3 years ago when I decided to like have a change of style, how I appear and how I look, and I couldn't do it by myself. I had to like make use of someone who, she's into fashion really, but I call her my stylist really. But I saw the value of having somebody being called, someone to look at you and look at what fits you, and how you wear and how you carry that clothes you're wearing, how you present it, and how it's telling a story about you. That was what she was speaking to me, and since then I got it, and I was like, fine, this is something that I feel like keying into. And then just leading to my next question, which is what are the opportunities how do you see fashion growing in Nigeria, fashion styling going on? What are the opportunities like? And I know you are the bridge between the person who wants to be styled and the fashion designer. What's that synergy like, and how is it going forward in Nigerian fashion styling industry? How is it?
Okay, so stylists are at the forefront of every creation, because for us, we get when a client consults us to style them, for instance, bridal styling.
Okay.
And we talk to them about they talk to us about what they like, what they do not like, the kind of fabrics they want, all of those things, By talking to them during the consultation already, you already know what's to put together for them. Do you understand? So when putting those things together, you already have an idea of the designer that is going to be able to create that mood board you've put together. So it's not just us creating the mood board and just taking it to any designer. They'll make your job very worse. You take it to who you know that can execute it. We have a lot of designers now that really do so much work. Creative designers who do so much work. It's not hard to even find them. You get? So when you put these things together, you take to them, you understand? They tell you, okay, this is how it's going to be like. And I mean, it's not very hard for you to now, for them to execute, because that's their niche already. That's what they do already. Do you understand? If you just come and you go back to, you just relax because you're comfortable that they're going to execute. Unlike you taking this same mood board, someone that doesn't even know the job, you're just a designer, but you're still going to teach them what to do. Do you understand? I think that one is, those people will stress you. Those ones will even stress you more. So the thing is, for us stylists, we know those designers that do the work.
Okay.
We know the ones that will stress you and make you just hate the whole thing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So it's not just about taking a particular work. I can create this sketch and give it to 5 designers, and the 5 of them will execute it differently.
Okay.
Do you understand? So you have to see a designer and know their capacity, know what they are known, see what they are known for, and know how to work with them. Do you understand? There's some things you can't take to them because you know that's not their niche. They would not deliver on it. Do you understand? So that's we see these things. We can tell you, okay, so we suggest to our clients. I think this designer is not even about the dress now. The entire look. Do you understand? The hair, the makeup, the jewelry, the shoes, the photography. Do you understand? So we see these things, we put them together in the mood board, and we give it to every creative that is best for the job.
That's a whole lot of work.
A lot of work.
You have done stuff with celebrities for the AMVCA carpets. So tell us the ones you know. What's your favorite? What was your favorite celebrities to work with? What particular dress did you make for this person, and what was the process like? Trying to match that person's outfits to who this person is, the person's persona. So
I love all my pieces. Right, because everything I put together is very intentional for me. A lot of thoughts were put together, to put together to make sure that stuff comes to life. Because for me, it's not just about the money. I'm building my brand as well. Do you understand? So I try as much as possible to have a niche and people should know me for what I am doing. Do you understand? So when these people come, they already see the uniqueness in my style and why they want to work with me. So most of the time I let them tell me what they want. And I look for ways to modify it. Do you understand? So for my AMVCA this year, my clients, I think I styled two of the hosts. Awa Magaji who was the official red carpet host for Amstel Mata, and Ria Abdul, who was the official host for African Magic. They had communicated to me what they want. Just gave me a brief, told me, oh Benny, I want to look this way, I want to look that way. So I went to do my own work. Okay, but for Ria, it was quite different because I was not just working with her, I was working with African Magic. Do you understand? So it was a way of, I needed to know what will work for Ria, which is a personal style, and know what is convenient for African Magic for the red carpet. Do you get? So it was quite fun. It wasn't for a stylist, when you have your team, the work is not only on you. The body may get increased by whichever joint supplies. So when you have other people in your team that are creative like yourself, you guys put your heads together to make it work. So I'll say I'm grateful for my team too, because they're actually the real ones, and they make it work. Make it work.
So I'm curious, how do we as fashion stylists in Nigeria, how do we elevate the fashion, African fashion to the international body? We are not just doing this for just Nigeria right now, or even Africa. How do we go beyond that as stylists?
There are a couple of stylists that are already breaking barriers already. They're already doing the work outside there, and getting global recognition already. So and they're doing wonderfully. They're doing fantastic. I'll just say that we should stay true to our own culture and our own style, right? And just know what works. Basically, we don't need to copy. Do you get? Be you. Do you get? Just do what works for you. If you decide to be here, and you want to do this, do it. If you decide to go this other route and you still want to do this, just do you basically. Do you get? So they're already making waves. We've been seeing a lot of stylists go. Likes of Swazi.
So I'm thinking, as people would go to schools for fashion designing, are there opportunities for aspiring stylists, to actually do better in their crafts in terms of education? Is this something that is being talked about in the space yet amongst the industry players?
Yes, for stylists, for us stylists, we hardly have those conversations. But I think they do it's often with what's it called, with the fashion designing, like fashion designers.
Yes, it is.
But I mean, I would say that for aspiring stylists, they should read about what they want to go into. I mean, there are a lot of articles and books to read from, will teach you everything you need to know, literally. And again, you just have to put yourself under a tutor. If you see someone that kind of likes, that you like what he does, I mean, intern with them. Do you get? Stick to intern with them. Even if they don't, most of them might not even respond to you. I mean, just watch closely. You'll catch one of the things. And I mean, be bold, start up your stuff, and just do it. One step at a time, you get there.
That might sound informal for people who just want to go into, but I think for those that want to, there's some people that want to try harder, they want to do better, they want to be, they're saying the likes of Benny Stars, then I want to be like this person, I want to top this game. So do you think that is proper for there to be like an organized way whereby you can, because people, photographers are doing it. The fact that they are doing it, get these people together, let them know about the business of it, how you handle clients, how you handle fashion designers. I don't think that's something you're talking about.
A lot of some stylists are already doing master classes already.
Oh, pretty beautiful.
I think Zach Luxury Styling, he did a few months ago. I think we have another one coming up, Yolanda Okereke master class. So yeah, so I mean, people are having that conversation already. So they should enroll, and I mean, I'd say I'm registered for the class, these classes, and ask questions in these classes. Do you understand? Ask questions that bother you. Most of the time when people go for master classes like this, you just sit down there and just be fanzing the people there. No, so ask real life questions. Those things, because even till date, people are still scared to ask questions about how am I supposed to charge a client for so and so and so XYZ and this. When you go for those master classes, ask the speaker, how do you do this? How do you do that? They'll tell you.
So do you use tech during your process? Is there any way you use tech to there's AI right now helping people to draw out ideas? It's something that you do?
Yeah, tech is one of the tool for us fashion stylists now, because we do a lot with it in terms of virtual consultations and virtual fittings, all of those things. There are some clients we have in diaspora that we just have to style online. We don't have to be there. Yeah, so we tech has played like a very, very vital role in those aspects. Virtual consultations, fitting sections, and all of those things. Yeah, even AI too. So see most of the designers now using AI to do like their sketches, and like they're beautiful, like very, very good. So it's gonna take some people off the market. But is doing the work.
So let's go to, we mentioned something about like bridal styling, and is something you're getting into?
I do bridal styling.
Let's talk more about it. Let's
bridal styling is, in fact, bridal styling is the big deal in our country, in Nigeria. Bridal styling is the official deal, actually. Most people tell you celebrity styling celebrities doesn't really pay as much as, yes, it doesn't, but still. It's still, bridal styling just does the work. It's complex, but it is very, very engaging. You get it's very fun for me. I love bridal style. I love to style brides, maybe because I love to hear their stories. I like to, I just, when we have consultations with brides, and you hear how the both fall in love, having to draw a mood board from someone's love story. I mean, it's just a great thing. So I've started a couple of brides actually. Start a couple of brides.
So finally, tell us what you think aspiring stylists should learn. People that are trying to get into the business of styling, because it's a business, whether we like it or not. You've been successful at it, and a lot of stylists have also been successful. What do you think they should look out for, and what do you think they should do in terms to make it in the industry?
I would say aspiring fashion stylists should read up for me. about what they are about to going into. Because styling is beyond touching the client on the day of the events, that trying to put this on the clients and put that on. It's beyond that.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of work. You understand?
Yeah.
You must understand a lot of things. You must understand colors, color combinations. You must understand your clients. You must understand their body. So for me, I have a lot of clients that, they'll tell me, Benny, I like this. Why can't I wear it? And I'll be like, no, it's not going to look good on you because this, and this. You understand? So you must be able to understand all of this cotton because, and you must know what you want, first of all. Do you get? Know why you want to even be a stylist in the first place. What is lacking in that space that you want to fill? Do you understand?
Yeah.
You want to be a stylist with the same how everybody's going, or you want to be a stylist with different. So just do you basically. You get, know what you want and read often. If you have mentors, talk to them, follow up. Do you understand? Watch them closely. Do the actual work. Yeah. So.
All right. This is where we draw the curtain today. Thank you so much, Benny, for coming to the show. This is where we wrap up for today. We draw the curtains here on BD Extra. Catch us on BDTV. On our live shows for news, for business news, sports, and everything that interests you. We have Benny on there. Benny, say something to the camera. Let's say.
Hey, it's so good to be here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, and we wrap up. Thank you and goodbye.
Children can use skincare, adults can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone.
Only women use skincare. Agenda was agenda, and that is one propaganda I am not falling for. Welcome to this episode of Market Pulse, where we are exploring the skincare industry, and of course we are going to talk to experts. We are listening to and we are surveying the prices of the skincare industry. So join me as we explore this industry.
With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty.
The heavyweight champion accounting for about 15% of your body weight. The largest organ of the body, constantly working, constantly protecting your skin. On this episode of Market Pulse, we travel through bustling highways to reach the heart of the skincare industry at the Trade Fair Market in Lagos State, Nigeria.
I have not heard anyone or anybody say against skincare.
What does the poll say? Come rain or sun, the market is alive, a symphony of voices, colors, and scents.
In the system of Nigeria, we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do?
The strength and perseverance of Nigerians are written in every stall, every handshake, every deal.
When the fake has been made, when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all.
To truly understand the pulse of the skincare market, we went beyond the shelves to meet the makers, sellers, and buyers themselves.
I'm into business. My business name is Unique Mercy. Into cosmetic. I've been in this business for 4 years now. In times of price, my customers are complaining in Nigerian goods that the prices are much. So I find out that it's chasing away customers for me, so I have to stop selling Nigerian goods. Cost of goods has made people to be producing fake. That's affected me. Some goods that are expensive, they have no other option other than to do it to produce the fake. And when the fake has been made, it will be cheaper. And when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all. I've been in this business for like 4 years now. I can dictate the difference between what I'm selling and when it has been reproduced. I believe if you're not in this business, it will be difficult for you to understand, because there are imitations that can't be defined only by people that has been selling the original. You understand? So if you are not into the business, or that's the reason, the most reason why customers complain is when they apply it on their skin, they will find out reaction. I think that's the way they know the original. But me, without me testing it, I will know original and fake. I've been trying my possible best to make sure that I will give them original by getting it direct and the comfortable price, and that will make the number one is that original. That's what they want from me. That's original, and I will make sure that getting it direct at least will also still keep them. If you want to start in this market 4 years ago, you would, like, for instance, I think with 2 million you can start up a business. With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty. When we started the business, this shop has been, they started this shop around 2013. So I think things was better then, you understand, and we were able to accomplish some things by paying shop rent and having the shop. We were able to buy the shop. At least this shop is one of the things that made us to still be in this market by now, by shop rates, you understand, and being importing also is the reason why we will see much gain, and the reason why we are still selling and having customers also. So those are the things that made us to be sustaining. And when you have customers that trust you and you trust them also, and that you can give a credit facility when you are balanced, that like your capital is well published, that you are balanced, you can give credit of 4 million naira to your customer that you trust. I think, to the person that is sincere for business, you understand, I think that with that you will be sustaining. For instance, if you want to use brightening, there's every tendency that your brightness will be like my own. Like now, your face is toning with your makeup now. Your face is toning.
Okay.
Do you understand? When you want to use brightening, like someone that is a kind of that sun that is someone that is working under the sun, that the sun has been black, the person will use toning. You understand? Then bleaching is for people that their normal color is black and they want to bleach, and that's it. They have the cream that they will use for the bleaching. My advice, normal, I'm not advising anybody for bleaching. It's not a good thing.
From Korean serums to US exfoliants, UK moisturizers, Chinese face masks, and Nigerian shea butter blends, the skincare world is a tapestry of global influences. But what makes each brand unique? And what are their specialties?
I'm a businessman. I sell cosmetics and perfume. I'm a business I've sailed up to 15 years. I've worked as a manager before I start my own business. The thing really affects everything we are doing here, because assuming we are having 500 before, but now the business, the whole money has exploded up to 2 million, but you cannot buy the equivalent goods we are having before. You will be going to like 8 million up. And most of the customers are not buying what they need. They only buy what they saw that they can afford. And for those of them that travel far from here, most of the goods they are buying are so small now compared to what they have been buying before. The importation we are doing before, assuming before this inflation, we are having, for me, I used to import like 100 cartons. But for now, I can only import at once 20 cartons and 15 so that I can pay and they can supply. The cheapest place we use to go for China, but that has no effect because it's not standard to this. So we go for China once. You can get the cheapest as from 800, 1,000.
As inflation bites into everyday essentials, the skincare sector also feels the squeeze. Prices are shifting, but the desire for healthy, glowing skin remains strong.
I deal on cosmetics products. Okay, and these are shop. There are so many things that are trending. In cosmetics, they have different varieties. I have like when you come to cosmetics, have something like cream and soap and perfume as well. When you come to cream and soap, they have different countries where people do buy from. They have Philippines, they have Thailand, they have London, they have US. So when you come to like a UK, you see something like CeraVe, simple product. These are very quality products that people often go for, especially ladies. These are skincare that will not bleach you or whitening you. Rather, it will tone your skin. It will make your skin to glow. Then when you come to like French product, like the product that they've been gotten from France, they're actually nice cream as well, but they are more of lightening cream. And as well again, in Nigeria here, you have local products that are very, very okay too. You know, they have a lot of them, like Skin Magnet, Lemon Fresh. There are so many wonderful cream here they do produce in Nigeria here, and people often use as well, and they make use of it. And people don't know they are very, very okay. Before you go into it, you need to be sure of what you want to do. You need to be very, very sure of what you want to do. Then I know how to go about it. And at least get experience of it before you start. And different angles, like at least you need to at least gather customer base. You need to have customer base before you start. That's number one. Make sure the particular plaza they are going to stay. Make sure that that particular plaza they actually did it on that particular stuff that you want to go into. Not that maybe they are selling cream here or soap, then you go to where they are selling like wine, so it will affect you. Definitely, you need to stay within that terrain where they sell those cream and soaps. Closing of border as of then, but now border has been open and all that. So, but there are other things that is giving us headache, like issue of an NAFDAC and all that. You know, you bring some certain product in, they will allow you to cross. So when you now stock it in your shop, maybe you pack it in your warehouse or rather packing store. It will be chasing everybody around and all that. Meanwhile, they allow you to come. So if it is not sellable or if it's not good, so they should inform people earlier before people will actually import them. Not that when you allow it from from port authority, then once it comes to this market, they will start like disturbing people and going and chasing people around, saying that it's a fake product. Why they are the one that allow it to enter. So that's one of the major challenges you are facing. As a person dealing in a cosmetics product, you ought to know the difference between the original. May looking at this, you should know the packaging and what is inside. And it's going to be detriment of you for you to be selling a fake product or copy, because if you sell fake product to someone, it will affect your business because the person will not like to buy again.
Every malam to his kettle, every skincare babe or guy to their brand. There's something for everyone, whatever your pocket, and hopefully with your dermatologist's advice in mind.
My business name is Obi Success Cosmetics, Nigeria Limited. I deal in skincare products, importer and exporter of all the skincares, both UK, Cameroon, China, Dubai, etc. I've been in the business for 5 years now. 5 years ago, you can use at least 2 million, 1 million to start up this business. Example, I use like 1 million to start up my own business. Not up to 1 million, sir, to start up this skincare product. But recently, for newcomer, for new beginners, they can at least use 5 million. And using that 5 million, it will not be enough for them to start up because the economy affected the whole thing. The cost of living now is very, very expensive. The importation now is on the high side because of the dollar rate. Then the dollar rate, there's no fixed price of the dollar rate. It increased and it comes down. So with that, the price don't have fixed price of goods. You can come to market today, you might buy cheaper. Tomorrow, you might buy higher. The same product you buy cheap today, tomorrow to be on the high side. It really affected the beginner, and we, the dealer that have been in it for years, it also affects us too. We believe that the cost of living is on the high side, the transportation and the dollar rate is also on the high side, affect the sales and it affects the importing of the goods. Times you will come, you earn more. At times we come, we earn low. So at times we might predict that customer will come, but at the process they will not, because they will say that they don't have that the market, the price of the market is on the high side. They can't be able to pay. And at times customer will come, they will be disappointed on lighting their invoice because the money they budget for coming, the risk, the request they requested will be high. So it also affects our sales. So we doesn't predict our incomes in a month now. It depends on what we see and we follow up. It really affected us a lot, and we can't say we are coping and we are not coping, because in the system of Nigeria we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do? So we are meant to cope. We are coping. We are adapting. We adapt by force. We cope with our strengths. You know, at times after you bought. Okay, let me just give you an example. You might purchase a market of, Hawaii soap. You might buy it today, 45,000. After saying 45,000, then went back to purchase it again. You might buy it 50,000. So there's no profit. It's not profitable again. It means that the profit you have earned have already go back to the company. So you might change dollar today, 1,500. Tomorrow dollar might be 1,550. You might buy 1,550. Tomorrow it might be 1,500. Is it not affecting the sales? Is it not affecting the profit you're gonna make? So it really affects us a lot. So I can't say we are coping, but we are just trying to put our best in order to adapt the system of government. We get the skincare. Korea is good in skincare. China is also perfect. US is good. But the skincare has levels by levels, department by department. Understand? China skincare, they are where they basically on, they specialize on. The same thing applicable to Korea and US. US skincare is not the type that whitening fast. It comes normal. It brings out your normal color, the normal skin type in you. It glow your color. The same thing applicable to Korea, and some of China skincare also like that. So the skincare is level by level. But what makes the US and Korea and China skincare different is that US is higher, is more expensive than Korea, and Korea is more expensive than China. China is where the least people can as well afford to buy, and their skin will be okay. It doesn't damage skin. It brings out the beauty in you. It brings out the color in you. It brings out the quality, the type, whom you want to be, without applying any powder. So that is the advantage of skincare. And there's the US, Korea, and etc. They're all good, but we depend on the price, on prices. So that is the price difference of skincare. For a start, you have to learn it. You have to enter inside market, meet someone to teach you on skincare. You can't just bust inside. You can't just join skincare without having updates on it. When you are into skincare, when you learn it, then when you are in it, when you are in it, look at the customer skin. As you are touching the customer skin, or as you are sighting the customer skin, you can as well dictate the skin type of that customer, because he knows about it. So, but when you're a novice on it, you cannot dictate a customer skin type. That will make you to give a customer a long prescription on that. I have not heard anyone or anybody say against skincare. Skincare is also for men, for man and women, also for children. We have cousin lotion, cousin oil for children. As you put to bed, you start applying skincare for your child, for smooth body. You understand? So also for children, but there's some skincare that you not use on children, and there's some skincare you use on children. So we also have children's skincare. You understand? Starting from 0 age, once the baby is put to bed, and as well start using skincare based on their own type. You understand? So children can use skincare, adult can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone. There's a lot of advantage in skincare. Skincare reduce too much of application of makeup in skincare. Once you get your skin, once you get your skin type in any skincare products, it will reduce much makeup, much powder, much application on the face, applying a lot of things in your face. Once your skin is neat, to make your skin neat, and once it's neat, it makes you look younger. It will reduce the ages of a woman and also the age of a man. It reduces their age and it makes them look neat and smooth. So skincare is good for everybody.
Here are some of the items we scouted and their prices. A snapshot of what's trending, what's affordable, and what's premium.
Body cream that you can buy in my shop that is cheap is think packets made by Nigerian lotion. You can see 2750. You can see 35. They have cream of 110. They have cream of 17,000. They have 65. A baby white lotion is 65,000. I think Ever soap is the cheapest now. Ever soap is 2,350 for pack. Cheapest liquid. I think they have the one of 55, 75. Body oil is for the growing of the skin, while cream is for creaming and moisturizing skin. I think dry skin type needs oil. The mist need I think cream. Yeah. The difference between liquid and tablet. For instance, the St. Ives bath. Some people will use the bath, it will react on their skin based on the fragrance. But that body wash has scrub inside. That's the difference.
The wash, the cheapest one should be from 2,000 up. And the shower gel is mostly for females, for their feminine. But all of them do foam. But the shower gel contain most of the germs. While the tablet one can keep it for long and it's to say, but the shower gel is only meant for women and some careful men, because once it's poured on the sponge you cannot get it back, but the tablet one you can be taking next month. The cheapest roller now is 700. The disadvantage is that most of the work written on it is not being done by the same roller.
For skincare for face, to apply it on face, you don't need to use face cream regular. If you are using face cream, use it. You don't need to use face cream as your normal body cream. Face cream can be applied 3 times in a week. And about body serum, face serum can be applying every day, morning and night. Cleanser, you can clean your face morning and night after taking shower, after your bath. Then after applying your cleanser, you apply your serum before putting in face cream. Face cream is the last you will apply. And finally, you can as well use sunscreen. Sunscreen protects you from from sun. So that is how to apply skincare. The cheapest cleanser you will see in my shop is Dr. Rachel cleanser. It's 2.5. The cheapest moisturizer is also Dr. Rachel or Beauty Formula. Beauty Formula. This is the moisturizer. It's also cheapest 2.5. And Dr. Rachel moisturizer is also 2.5. You understand? So we have others that's cheaper.
And as with every industry we've explored, one question keeps returning. What is the way forward? For traders, consumers, and entrepreneurs alike, the answer may define the next chapter of Nigeria's skincare boom.
And that's it for the skincare industry on Market Pulse. I am Amanda Imosigwe for Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from BusinessDay Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, in 1 year, Nigerians lose 316 billion naira to Ponzi scheme, SEC. Investors lose 371 billion naira as sell pressure hits NGX. 1.04 trillion naira on sold goods. Manufacturers decry low government patronage. Thank you for joining us on the news update. I am Deborah Eze. The non-interest fund 6 under Nigeria's contributory pension scheme recorded the highest year-on-year growth this month. We'll go on a quick break now. When we'll come back, we'll get more on that story. Just stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people exist.
Welcome back to the news updates. The non-interest fund 6 under Nigeria's contributory pension scheme recorded the highest year-on-year growth as of August 2025, rising to 100. ₦8 billion. Overall pension assets stood at 25.89 trillion naira as of August 2025, up from 21.13 trillion naira a year earlier, reflecting rising confidence in the pension system and long-term saving stability. And the Securities and Exchange Commission has revealed that Nigerians have lost about 316 billion naira to Ponzi schemes and illegal funds manager over the years. SEC Journalist Academy Head of FinTech and Innovation, Abdurrashid Dan Abu, said greed and ignorance continue to fuel the rise of fraudulent investment platforms. Dan Abu cited notorious schemes such as tied to scams and enforce rules that ensure transparency in the financial system. And also, the Nigerian exchange closed lower on Thursday as sell pressure in major stocks pushed the market into negative territory, wiping out 317 billion naira in investor wealth. At the close of trading, the all-share index fell by 0.38% to 153,676.66 points, while market capitalization dipped to 97.6 trillion naira from 97.97 trillion naira in the previous section. Despite the decline, activity improved with 409.
welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. It's still on the Nigerian scene. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has presenting the third quarter 2025, Man Director General Segun Ajayi Kadri reported a profit after tax of 448 billion naira for the 9 months ended September 30th, 2025, slightly lower than the 458 billion naira From that story, the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, GSG in Friedberg, Germany, says it is set to deepen economic cooperation and vocational training partnership and Olufemi Oluyede has officially assumed the office as Nigeria's new Chief of Defense Staff, taking over from General Christopher Musa at a ceremony held at the Defense Headquarters in Abuja. In his address, Oluyede thanked President Bola Tinubu for the confidence reposed in him and pledged to build a united, intelligent.
It is with deep respect and heart full of gratitude that I stand before you today as I bid farewell to the service that has defined my life for the past 39 years. To be precise, 39 years, 1 month as a date. The office of the Chief of Defense Staff is the highest position of responsibility in the Nigerian Armed Forces, and it has been my singular honor to occupy same for the past 28 months. As I hand over the reins of leadership to Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, I reflect that this change marks the culmination of my fleeting thoughts that turned into a dream, and a dream that became reality. For this, I am eternally grateful to the Almighty God for His abundant grace, and to the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for the confidence reposed in me. My tenure as the Chief of Defense Staff has been challenging but incredibly rewarding. We faced a complex and dynamic security landscape, but we confronted it with unwavering resolve, guided by our constitutional mandate and a shared vision for a secure and prosperous Nigeria.
It is with profound humility and deep sense of responsibility that I assume today the position of the Chief of Defense Staff of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. I'm sincerely grateful to Almighty God for the grace and opportunity to serve our great nation in this capacity. I wish to start by expressing my utmost gratitude to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, for considering me worthy to take charge of the affairs of the Armed Forces of Nigeria after transiting from command of the Nigerian Army. Today, I take up this call to higher duty with complete awareness of the weight of the task ahead.
Africa Discount posts 9% rise in a half year's earning. Still to come after this break.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa in Angola. Angola's National Oil and Gas Agency, ANPG, is set to sign an exclusive negotiation agreement strengthening Angola's long-term output capacity. And Kenya's inflation rate held steady at 4.6% year-on-year in October, unchanged from the And on the foreign scene, the U.S. Federal Reserve is set to cut staff in its supervision and regulatory division by about 30% as part of a broader restructuring plan led by Vice Chair for Supervision, Michelle Bowman. In an email to staff on Thursday, Bowman said the reduction will be achieved through attrition, retirement, and voluntary separation incentive. And China is signaling a major economic shift as it plans to rely more on domestic consumption to power growth, moving away from its long-standing dependence on investment and export. The move comes as the country's 19 trillion US dollar economy faces slowing exports, limited investment opportunities, And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news update. We now head to sports, where Arsenal are strengthening their grip at the top of the Premier League table, now holding a And to end the news, Liverpool's score depth is under scrutiny after a 3-0 Carabao Cup loss to Crystal Palace at Anfield, their 6th defeat in 7 games. Manager and slow to rested stars Mohamed Salah and Virgil van Dijk making 10 changes from the previous match. The decision And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this time. More updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues, particularly key issues in our country. Just try to break them down to your understanding and then look at the implication of some of these things. Interestingly, today we're going to discuss the recent change of guard, as it were. I mean, the president last week changed the service chiefs, retired some and appointed new ones. And we're going to look at how that will help in the fight against insecurity in the country. And of course, again, we'll also be looking at the creation of states. The National Assembly is going on there with this constitutional review, and there were about 55 proposals sent to the National Assembly for state creation, out of which the Joint Committee of the National Assembly on the Joint Committee of the Senate and the House of Representatives have scaled down to about 6. And we are not talking about possible creation of 6 new states in the country, which would take, if that's approved, would take the number of states from 36 to about 42. Well, would that be? Will it not be? Those are some of the issues we are going to discuss today. And as usual, I have with me in the studio the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon, and of course the assistant editor in Business Day, Mr. Chuka Uroko. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Like I said in my intro, we now have new service chiefs in the country. As you recall, last week the president decided to do something that the former president didn't do from about 2015 all the way to 2021. It was so much pressure because when people were like, look, change the service chiefs, because we are not seeing much of improvement in what it is that they are doing because of insurgency, banditry, and what have you. But just a little over 2 years, Tinubu has decided to change the service chiefs. The former chief of army chief was elevated to become the chief of defense staff. That is Lufemi Oluyede, formerly chief of army staff, but now the chief of defense staff. Newly appointed chief of army staff is now the Major General YD Shuaibu. And of course, also appointed as the chief of air staff is the Air Vice Marshal Sunday Neke. And of course, again, the chief of naval staff is Rear Admiral Idi Abbas. These are the new service chiefs, and these are the people that we hope probably change the security situation and turn the security situation around. I'm going to ask you, maybe I should start with you, Sunday editor, Mr. Agomo. In your view, how do you see the president's decision to change these service chiefs?
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. In the first place, I can say that it was long in coming. Many Nigerians had expected a change before that. In fact, last Sunday, we had wanted to do a story on the need for a change in the guard. So it was just coincidental that such a thing happened, even which means people were already anticipating that such a thing could happen. So you cannot continue patronizing something that is not working. So the only thing that remains constant is change. When you apply what you think should bring solution and nothing is happening, the best thing is just to change pattern. So that was the president simply did. So for me, I think it was right. It was the right decision to have taken that decision. The former president, the now late President Muhammadu Buhari of the blessed memory, paid deaf ears to the calls for change of service chiefs. When the country was even burning, people were saying, why not rejig these service chief portfolios? The man kept quiet until things went out of hand completely. So I think that what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had done was just to say, no, I cannot continue opening my eyes and things continue to get worse. So whether the rejigging is the solution to the ravaging insecurity across the country is yet to be seen. But to say whether the rejigging was rightly done, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you, Zeb. Juk, I was going to, let me come to you because what he just mentioned is what I was actually going to ask, but let me still ask you. I mean, many will argue that, look, we've seen this, changing of the service chiefs a number of times. We've seen again and again, but it doesn't look like it's bringing about the desired result. So I want to ask you, is changing of service chiefs the way to go? I mean, given the kind of insecurity we are seeing in the country, is changing of service chief the solution?
Well, thank you for that question. And I think my answer is straight yes. Yes, in the sense that, just as my colleague pointed out, when you do something anticipating results, and that result is not forthcoming, the next best thing to do is to do again and see whether this time around, because you cannot say for sure that what you have done will give you just 100% assurance or complete 100% results of your expectations. So to the extent that man will always expect change when he takes certain actions. Of course, even at family level, you will try this, you will try that. If it doesn't bring the expected result, you try something else to see whether that's something different will happen. But why it is sometimes you cannot say things with certainty in Nigeria is that we have seen changes, one change after another, and it seems the same result is what we get. So some people will even argue, is there any need for this change? Okay, if there's no need for change, what else can we do differently? Then somebody will tell you maybe invest more in security. But in the days of the former president, we saw investment, huge investment into security. Yet, it was as if the more you invest money, pump money into security architecture of the country, the worse things became. So I want to believe that perhaps we'll go look beyond change of gas, look beyond huge investment, and see whether something else will happen. Because even in the present action of our dear President Tinubu, people are suspecting extraneous reasons or factors that actually led to the change. Because it was so sudden, perhaps he wanted to show that, I can outsmart or I can do things that people don't expect and maybe get the result that I need or I seek. People cite extraneous reasons for what happened, but that is just a story for another day. What we are just looking for is let this change bring the expected result. And following up to the change is a change of maybe how do we invest? How do we invest in security so that we can get the desired results? We see some of the former service chiefs. Many of them are living large. Many of them are living big. Nobody knows where the salary, how fat their salary was when they were there. That is still sustaining them to the extent of people establishing business enterprises and things like that. So it's good reason. It's a welcome development that change was made. But how far that can take us is still a matter for conjecture.
Okay, thanks, Chuka. You know, really, some people actually have linked this, changing of service chief, this one that the president has just done now, to the rumored coup, of course. But of course, government, when the president was changing, I mean, the press release that was signed by one of the president's Sunday Dare, he actually talked about the need to strengthen the security architecture. I think that was the reason they cited. But of course, I mean, some people have said, look, this has to do with, say the alleged coup that said to have was being plotted, really, But when you talk about investment in the maybe more investment, I don't know how much of investment, Mr. Zeb, how much of investment can be made, to strengthen the security architecture of the country, because we've seen incremental, investment in the defense, the defense budget, as we've seen, in some increment year in, year out. So, how much of investment can be made here?
Yeah, thank you. Let me step back a little bit to comment on the reason why Nigerians are still believing that the reason for the rejigging was because there was a budget coup. Despite the fact that the government, the presidency had refuted it, and the military itself had also refuted it, the thing has stuck. And it goes to show you how distrust in society has run deep. Many Nigerians have so much lost interest, faith in government, that whatever information they get from the government, they believe that it's not credible, it's not true. So it's unfortunate that we have descended to a situation where people no longer believe their government. That said, investment in military has continued, as you use the word incrementally, gotten big, to the point that Nigeria, yes, we heard recently that we've been trying to get some military hardware from other countries. Efforts have been made on a consistent basis to import some of these things from outside the country, and some of the countries that are well known to do this. Government is making a lot of efforts, and a lot of money is being pumped in, not only just now, even in Buhari administration, a lot of money was invested, but unfortunately, allegedly, a larger part of such investments were stolen away.
Allegedly,
to the point that some people use the thing to build their own, to make their own investment, their individual investment, and nothing happened. I listened to Senator Adams Oshimole some time ago on the floor of the Senate, moving that the Senate should probe the budget of the military. Unfortunately, the military ruled against it and said they had no power to probe into the budget. And it was curious. So it shows you the kind of country we are in, that the Senate openly said they had no powers to probe the spending of the military. A lot of money is being budgeted, and people are helping themselves. And Nigerians are not happy about that. Going by the reasons, some of the reasons that the president had, for which reason some of the information he had, for which reason he decided to reject it, was that some of these people may not even be what we thought they were. Some of the leaders have been also linked to some of the things that we want to flush out. In the past, we had read stories, we have had stories, we have had information about some of these leaders, even colluded with crude oil theft.
The military leaders.
The military leaders. In Niger Delta is their fishing trough, where they allegedly get themselves involved in crude oil theft. Some people who are supposed to know, Dokubo, when he visited President Tinubu in the early days of his administration, said that pointedly in Asoro, that some of these people were involved. And we know some of them also, just my colleague mentioned that some of them are living big on retirement. And nobody questions how they come by the money they made. So to answer your question, or to comment on what you said, despite the budget, the huge budget, because incrementally the thing had been growing. So Nigeria is not really reaping what is the benefit of such investment. If we were reaping the benefit of such investment, we wouldn't be having the high level of insecurity. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria has high level of insecurity. If today in Bauchi, it was being reported, or in some places, that bandits are levying farmers up to today, levying some communities, that if you don't pay, you are not going to your farm, you are not carrying out certain activities. And if today communities in Katsina State is signing an agreement with bandits, if today, despite all that we have, Borno State is a no-go area, killings are going on, ISWAP is controlling some communities in Borno, as we read and hear, then you know that we need a more serious security architecture, security chiefs. Now that they have been appointed, they should hit the ground running, not just they should go beyond the euphoria of appointment.
So there's something curious about this, changing of security chiefs from time to time. As it is the custom with the military, tradition. Whenever new service chiefs are appointed, right, those who are senior to the one who has become either chief of army staff or chief of defense staff will just have to go. Because you cannot be answerable to, you cannot be under the control of your junior. And so from about 2015 to now, we've seen like almost 500 of such, retirement. So retiring prematurely,
After spending a lot of money
training them. So then you ask yourself, this frequent changing of service chiefs, as it were, is it not counterproductive? Because you spend so much money training these guys, and then all of a sudden, and then you pick not really a junior, over and above those who are senior, and then the senior will just have to go. At the end of the day, is it not counterproductive? Given the resources that has been put into training these guys, and then given the fact that those very experienced general, brigadier general, major general, and the other, because they have to go. And the same thing in the Navy, also in the Air
Air
Force.
Force.
You know, so it's just the three military arms. So we see so many of them, you know, just retire when they are not supposed to retire. And then you can no longer use their services.
At 50 something, you are retiring a general.
I think my answer to that is we have a country where consciously or unconsciously we cut our nose in order to spy the face. Most of these people who were retired recently, majority of them are still very young. Even if we're talking about just the most recent action that was taken. Majority of them are still very young. And they have been asked to go. But why that has to happen is quite understandable, because when these people rise as big boys, so to say, they can be, you know, these other older colleagues won't be answerable to them again. And for them to even feel comfortable where they are, they have to, these other ones have to give way. Otherwise, they won't feel comfortable. They won't even feel safe. But I think one development that I've heard in the since the appointment of the new chief of staff is that these older ones are being asked to help, you know, provide guidance, provide advice, provide whatever they can to guide the new chiefs. But anybody who have asked to leave the service, he won't give you 100% of his time or whatever he can give to the country. Because retiring somebody means there's nothing again I can do with you. It's an indictment, even though it is not done in a brutal way. Oh, if you retire somebody from service, it means we have finished, we are an expired force. Forget the fact that these service chiefs, I want to believe that they don't even have all the power to act the way they should act in fighting insecurity. Because sometimes when some people are arrested, some bandits or terrorists are arrested, everybody has that. Have you ever seen the face of any arrested bandit or terrorist? They are hidden. But in some locations, when they arrest somebody, oh, you are a bandit, the cameras are all over them. That is, so there's a collusion between even the government and those who are. No, it's a lot of things. Because some people know these bandits, will go and negotiate with them and come back to report to the government. If government is sincere with fighting terrorism, why not arrest the person who is a negotiator? Take us to these boys. If government is actually looking for the bandits, it's not difficult to get them. So if you were a service chief, whether Air Force or Army or Navy, and you find yourself in this kind of situation, are you not even praying that I should go? Let me even go and have my peace. So it is counterproductive because we are losing a lot of manpower, experience soldiers. So in the case of any uprising arising between Nigeria and another country, I find that Nigeria will struggle.
Wow.
It will struggle to fight even a very small country around. Because the people that were used or leveraged to fight a war or to fight even the common insecurity we're talking about, majority of them would, if you listen to commentaries on television about insecurity, what could be done, you find that there are retired major generals, retired generals, and all young men. They are young people. Yeah. You see them talking and they have all the intelligence.
They have young men.
But they are no longer...
Because also in Nigeria, I mean, they also rise very fast.
Some people, even though they didn't go to school, they have exhausted, they are not, some of them didn't fight any war.
They rise very fast.
And they rise fast, and then within a short time, they are down. So they go and establish a security outfit, come to be talk. You know, talk is cheap.
And they invite them to come to
give a
summit, conferences. That's what
that they will not take serious.
Okay, thank you. But there's another thing I need to point. I need to also bring up in this appointment by the Tinubu. We've seen, unlike in the case of the former, the late head of the late President Buhari, we've seen some ethnic balancing in this appointment. We've seen that, for instance, the the defense chief now, General Oluyede,
Oluyede.
Yeah, from Ekiti State, that's Southwest. We've seen Major General Swaibu from Kogi, that's North Central. We've seen Vice Marshal Aneke from Southeast, as Enugu, to be specific, Southeast. We've seen Rear Admiral Abbas, from Kanu, that's Northwest. And of course, we've seen the one that was retained, Major General Odiane Ndeye, from Cross River State, that's South. We've seen, so this is different from what we saw under
the days of
Buhari. So at least we didn't have anybody
ethnic balance.
So, but I mean, we can also ask, really, is there really need for this ethnic balancing? For instance, can we just have competent army chief or top military brass who can just do the job? So because we talk so much about ethnic balance, is there need for this?
Again, what I want to say here is because of the country we are in, Nigerians see things from the prison of ethnicity and religion. And once you don't balance this,
that way,
yeah, you are in trouble. We are not a people that believe that whoever and wherever a good leader comes from, so far he or she is delivering the real results.
Interesting.
We are all good for it. But here,
it must be our brother and his brother.
It must be my sister. So if it is your brother and he's doing well, I will not acknowledge it. And it's unfortunate. And that's also drawing us backward. So if we are not balancing, there is this thing called quota. We have it in the education, we have it in civil service, we have it in the military. So there must be that balancing to show that we are Nigerians. So that is why every president must be very careful. If you look at the appointment the president had made as a president, you see that it's tilted towards
one side of
the country, and that had been raising dust. And even if you come to the southwest also, some people will tell you that it's
still within one area.
It's a Lagos state.
Yeah.
So these things are very, very important when you are a leader, when you are choosing, when you are balancing. So to that effect, I can tell you that we are not going past that for now. That is where we are stuck. But the onus lies on those who have been appointed that at least deliver
on their mandate.
And not to disappoint the nation.
Not to disappoint. I think also, you see, that is where loyalty comes in also, because you cannot, it is said that he who pays the piper, the tune. And that is where the problem has always been. Because if the president gives you the opportunity to serve, my brother, it's very difficult for you to say no when he wants you to carry out one assignment or the other in his favor.
Okay, thank you, Zeb. Juga, just as we wrap up on this, very, very quickly, what are your expectations from these new service chiefs?
It's very clear what Nigerians and myself here, including me, expect from the new service chiefs. Let there be peace where there are troubles, where the troubled areas or areas of the country. Those who are not allowed to go to farm, let them go to farm. That's a measure of success that they may have raised. Those who have left their homes for several months, and some people several years, let them return to their homes and continue to live their normal life. These are measures of success that these people will show us, and the earlier that is achieved, the better for all of us as a country.
Thank you very much. We hope that the new service chiefs will not disappoint the commander-in-chief who has appointed them, and of course the Nigeria. Yeah, no, I'm saying, I mean, because and of course Nigeria generally, so much is expected from them, and I hope that they will do the nation proud. So we're going to a short break now. When we return, very quickly we talk about state creation, and that will wrap it up for today. Welcome back. You are still listening to Business Day Television BD Roundtable, where we discuss key issues in our country. Well, we've been in the last couple of minutes or so, we've been talking about the appointment of new service chiefs by Mr. President. Try and see how they can deal with the issue of insecurity in the country, such that Nigerians can feel free to go about their normal business, especially those who have been barred from having access to their farm can do so because, of course, we know how important it is for farmers to be able to have access to their farm, and then they produce their crops and then, of course, bring about the food security in the country. Now, gentlemen, just before we go, let us look at this issue of state creation. The National Assembly is embarking on constitutional review. We've seen one of the key things in that constitutional review is the fact that some different part of the country are asking for creation of new state, creation of more states. About 55 proposals were received by the National Assembly to that effect. And so far, the National Assembly has kind of narrowed it down to 6 states, possibility of creating 6 new states, and then each of the 6 geopolitical zones
get one.
To get one. And then the question to ask, Chuka, let me start with you. Do we need new state in Nigeria, or we need to strengthen the existing? Because really, and you will begin to wonder, this new state we are talking about, where would the resources come from to run this new state? Because if you create a new state, you're going to have governor, you're going to have deputy governor, you're going to have the state houses of assembly, you're going to have the speaker, and all of the things that come along with states creation. Do we need new states?
Do we need new states? I would say no. Because you ask yourself, the existing ones, how viable are they? I want to believe that what Nigerians need is not about a new states. It's about governance. Look at where we are at the moment. 2 years to the next general election. What we are seeing is just governance has gone on holiday. It is politicking. Now, as you just mentioned by yourself, that if we have new states, we also need new governors, we need all the things that make up a state. Then some of the existing states cannot even pay salaries of their workers. Some of them are not generating enough to take care of their problems in terms of internally generated revenue. Everybody's looking up to the center, and the center has just one source of income. Of course, that's what we are told, because we do know that there's money coming from other maybe non-oil sectors of the economy, but everybody's eye is just on the oil, which we don't have enough. Of course, you cannot depend on it eternally. The price of oil is not going up as before. I remember that there was a time in this country when a barrel of oil was going for more than $100. Today is way below that amount, and yet everybody goes to Abuja to get what he wants. So from 36 states, we are now going. What if they have $1 to share today? By 36, it's not enough today. By the time they are 42, they still have maybe less than $1. It will be a crisis situation. So for me, there's no need for new state creations. If at all they have to be, why not balance up? Some states are way down below others. Take, for instance, Southeast. It's just five states in that part of the country, and it's a whole geopolitical zone. In some other places, they have, I don't know, like even the West where we are. You know how many there are. So why not give such people maybe one state or 2 states, and then say, let everybody be equal, and go back and struggle for yourselves. Critically speaking, I just say there's no need for new states. What we need is good government.
Okay. Thank you, Chuka. Actually, it's only all the geopolitical zones have, 6 states, except north, west that has 7, and of course southeast
that has
that
5.
has 5. I don't know. Zeb, what's your view on state creation? Chuka talk about the need for perhaps the balance. Maybe southeast is the only zone that has 5. The rest have 6, except northwest that has 7. Do you see the need for balancing?
Thank you. Because of our time, you see, it is difficult to say blanket no. If you are creating a state, additional state, at least there's no need for too many other. If you are adding more states, that means you give southeast about 2 more. But a state is okay if you are balancing, because the number of states you have in a geopolitical zone determine how many people you have in the Senate, how many people you have in the House of Representatives. So a lot of things go
into state,
so that's why
creation of new state, yeah.
And I was appalled listening to Senator Ned Nwoko on channel.
Going for Anioma.
He was saying Anioma. I said, for Christ's sake, for crying out loud, how is Anioma southeast? Anioma is in Delta,
which is south.
And you are because of either personal
selfish interest.
Because everybody wants to become a governor.
Yeah.
Because these days you are talking about states are not viable. States are viable by virtue of what fact is dishing out to them. Everybody now is a multi-billionaire. Every state governor, every state now takes delivery of a lot of billions at the end of whether they are generating anything by virtue of internally generated revenues or not. They are getting a lot of money, which does not reflect in the lives of their people, unfortunately. So that is why
that's where the focus should be, really. What the state can do with the money that getting not more states.
It's just racketeering. People are just otherwise. People shouldn't be talking about more additional
states.
If we are creating state, it has to be in a place where there is only 5 states in a geopolitical zone. Other people have 6. By the time you want to equate it with the one that has 7, that means you'll be overpopulating
that place.
So why not create additional one? Let it just come at par with other 6. So that is my own take because of time. Because if we continue replicating states, a point will also southeast will also be saying, we need additional one to come to 7. Those who have 6 now, if you create more,
they will have 7.
Southeast will also be at the receiving end. So there is no end to this.
That Northwest that has 7 currently. 7 if currently, you create additional, it will have 8.
So
we still be at 8.
Imbalance will continue.
So the imbalance will continue.
Yeah. So the truth of the matter, if we are patriotic enough and if we mean well for ourselves, let's see where there is need for this creation, not because of politics. People want to become governors or people want to achieve one thing or the other because of I listened to the Senator Nwoko. He was talking about the revenue from oil. Do you know that they can sustain themselves because of the revenue from oil? Perhaps that's what
as if there's resource control.
So Nigerians should be patriotic enough to know that the interest of this country come first before their own selfish interests.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, so very much for a very vibrant discussion this afternoon. This is where we're going to wrap it up for today. And I think it's so interesting to listen to you, gentlemen, especially about this state creation. I really don't think that Nigerians and Nigeria, really, that what we need is more state. But I think to manage the resources that the current state, the 6 states that we have, to manage the resources properly such that the people, the citizens can feel the impact of the resources that we currently, not to create more state just for purposes of some people, wanting to become governors and all of that. All right, this is where we're going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening. My name is Joshua Bassi. Until we come next week, please keep watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics on BusinessDay TV. I'm Minio Bangiwok. The clamor for increased representation of women in Nigerian political space has once again come to the fore as stakeholders await the outcome of the reserved seat bill currently before the National Assembly. The bill, also referred to as Additional or Reserved Seat Bill, seek to alter the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to provide reservation for women in national and state houses of assembly to address the low number of women in the legislature. If passed into law, the bill will address the long-standing concern of women on their representation in governance and decision-making by ensuring that these special seats are to be contested and filled by women only as a temporary measure to boost their representation. The bill proposes the creation of one special seat for women per senatorial district and for one per federal constituency to be contested by women in general election, of which they will have the same privilege and responsibilities as existing members. All right, how feasible is that special seat for women? That is what we will discuss today on Inside Politics. I have my guests all the way from Ilorin, Kwara State. I have Ahmed Adebawale. He's a civil society actor and gender advocate. I also have joining me from Rivers State is our regular guest, Olalekan Ige, political analyst and also a journalist. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you very much and good afternoon.
Of course, we had a female supposed to be on the program. You'll be wondering this kind of issues that concern women. We don't have a female representation. We had a woman that's supposed to be on the program, a politician. I guess she had urgent travel to Abuja this morning, so she couldn't join. I'm sure she will be on the program some other time. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Olalekan. Okay, let me just read some of the highlights of the bill being proposed here. I think it has passed through the second reading in the National Assembly in the committee stage now. Some weeks ago, several stakeholders were at the National Assembly to make their input into the bill. Some of the highlights of the bill said in the 109 member seats, that's in the Senate now, in each of the 36 states, including the federal capital territory, we have additional senatorial seats reserved for women. That's 37 women will be added to the chamber, to the Senate chamber now, increasing the number of members, senator to 146. In the House of Rep, there will be additional seats for each state and federal capital territory for women, reserved especially for women, meaning 37 more women will be added to the House of Rep, which will bring the number to 397 members. At the subnational level, that's at the state level, state assemblies will have a special seat reserved for women from the 3 senatorial districts from each state, ensuring that more women are elected into the state assemblies. So this does not stop women from contesting for other positions. You can contest, but this special seat that will be created will be for women only. But you can contest for position in the House of Rep, in the Senate, from other 3 senatorial positions which existed before, and the House of Rep seats. Women can also contest. Mr. Olalekan, what is your take on this bill?
Well, I don't think there's anything bad in it. If you have to increase women representation in the parliament, I'm in favor of it. I'm sure you know this has its own advantages and disadvantages. But then, if we look at it on a balance of scale, I think the advantages far outweigh the disadvantage. So I'm completely in support for us to have more women in parliament. I'm in support of it.
Ahmed, all the way from Ilori, what you have been a gender advocate, you've been advocating for this for some time. What has been the issue over the years? We've seen few number of Nigerian women elected into the number has dropped since 1999. Since the beginning of the Fourth Republic, we had, I think in 1999, we had 15 women were elected into the National Assembly. And I think we had 3 in the Senate and 12 in the House of Rep. In the 5th Assembly, 2003 to 2007, we had 27 women elected into the National Assembly. In the 6th Assembly, in 2007 to 2011, we had 34 women, about 7.2%. In 2011 to 2015, we have 26 women elected into Nigeria Parliament, about 5.5%. In 2015 to 2019, we have 23 women. That's the 8th Assembly now. 23 women elected, 5%. In the 9th Assembly, 2019 to 2023, the number come down again to 21 women, 4.5%. In the 4th, that's the 10th Assembly, which we are now, 2023 to 2027, we have only 18 women in the National Assembly, 4 senators, and 14 House of Rep member. What is your take, sir? Ahmed.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Mr. Olalekan and the rest of. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. It's an opportunity, right? And it was a very brilliant question that you asked me, because over the years we've been clamoring for women representation in our political system, and such a very that kind of bill is actually coming at a very critical time where we are having a decline in women representation, not even in politics alone, in all spaces of life. We see it's only civil society organization that we have, women that we are not actually discriminating most of the time, do not necessarily, or most of the time, discriminate against them. But when you see in every other phases of life, you discover that women have discriminated, particularly to get to some certain position. Now, let's talk about politics. Given the numbers, the data that you have been given this morning, we discover that we have actually, recorded a decline in representation. So this is a very, critical bill. And the arrangement of how many people are going to be represented is actually also good, because it's going to reflect the reality of our country, so that it's going to create the balance required to see everybody in every region, being represented, particularly women in that region. Thank you.
All right. We also have Adenike Ajiboye joining us. She's a political analyst and a broadcaster here in Lagos State. Good to have you. Good afternoon, Adenike.
Good afternoon. Good to join you on the program.
Of course, you can't discuss issues that concern women, and you don't have them joining on the program. So I have to make sure. Thank God you join us.
All right, that's
this is an issue that concerns women, and you're a woman.
Yes. Well, I must say this is a very good topic. We look at Africa. Let's look at Africa. Female representation, really, the rate is quite low, and the reason is not far-fetched. Judging from the National Assembly, talking about the 2023 National Assembly, you found out that out of the 109 Senate seats, you have only about 3% of women. 3, yes. And if you look at the House of Representatives, right, out of the 360, you have only 17 females. And I think this is quite low, which is about 4.5%. But if you look at African countries like Rwanda, you find out that they have about 61%, while in South Africa, it is about 4.5.
Yeah, 46%.
I think 45%.
Yeah. Continue.
Hello?
Continue. You can continue. I'm hearing you.
So for me, I feel the time is right, and I feel that women should be encouraged, and I also feel that we should start from the political parties themselves. You will understand or you realize that in most cases, even judging from the funds of these parties, these political parties, when you are contesting for one position or the other, the money is way too much. And then you find out eventually most women cannot really afford these amounts of money. So there's a lot of, challenges that is, not making women to come forward. And even when they come forward, who are those supporting them? You find out that politics in Nigeria, it's still very difficult for you to separate money politics from it. So you just have to have enough money, because when you look at funds of millions of naira, how many women can actually afford this? You understand me? And even when you look at different careers, you begin to wonder how females will come out. So women have been relegated to the background. And talking about gender equity, I think it would just be right for more women to be supported and having seats at the parliament.
All right. Let me go to Ahmed now, who has been a gender advocate for a while. What is Sean Ilori there? I know contesting and winning election in Nigeria has become difficult for women because of the violence and so much involved. Nika just raised the issue of money politics, which have also affected the number of women who are contesting and winning election. Our political system has been monetized over the years. If you don't have billions or somebody money back sponsoring somewhere, you can never. It's very difficult for you to win an election. Considering the huge amount of money involved in winning, even to buy party form, to buy ticket, you have to pay so much. Not talk of having a polling agent across the state. We are contesting for a governor. What is the situation in Kwara State? What is your experience monitoring election that women have contested? What have stopped them over the years from winning election?
The question is for me, right?
Yes, Ahmed, yes.
All right, thank you so much. Because I was trying to get the question, you were asking what has been the
challenge women have faced, women position have faced, yes,
for women to contest elections.
What has been the challenge they have faced
the money
winning
yes,
election?
apart from the money politics that has been in existence, there's also cultural norms that relegate women from participating to lead position, particularly in Kwara State. Because of the understanding that as a woman you have to be in your husband's kitchen. Your responsibilities. You are not supposed to be at that front, and that is what is happening. That is what, even if we are actually, as civil society regulation, we are championing gender equality. It is always we're always very, very careful because it is that kind of conversation is sensitive in Kwara State. Gender equality is a sensitive conversation in Kwara State, particularly when we're talking about environment that are core. So most of the time, it also affects the political landscape and giving an opportunity for women to participate in election. So apart from the money part of it, the fact that why should it be a governor? Why should women be our representative? Why should this be this? It's also there. So that is the challenge that has been in existence.
Of the religious nature. I mean, Islam and all that. I schooled in Ilorin. I understand now.
Of course, connected with cultural understanding or context in that environment. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Rivers State and speak to Ale Koinge. Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
In the south, yeah, there seem to be, try the south. Women, we are seeing more women contest election. There's no, I think the cultural barriers have not there, but you can't say compared to what we have in Kwara State, the north, that Ahmed is talking about. What is the situation in Kwara, in Rivers State, women contesting election and winning? What have held them back, and how has it been? Recent years, you've seen a drop in number of women.
It's been that of a mixed reaction.
Yes,
I would say that in the present House of Assembly in Rivers State, I think we have just about 2 women, in the Rivers State as well.
How many members do we have in the House?
there are 32 members of the River State House of Assembly, and presently, I think we just have only 2 women in the River State, House of Assembly.
Wow.
And out of the 13 House of Reps states that we have in River State, only one is a woman. Then out of the 3 senatorial seats in the River State, 1 is a woman. So out of the 3 senators, we have 1 that is a woman. Out of the 13 House of Reps seats, we have 1 that is a woman. And out of the 32 member River State House of Assembly, we have 2 that are women. However, recently, local government elections were conducted in River State, and all the vice chairmen of the 23 local governments in River State are women. So you could say, in terms of local government administration, women have some inroads, because of the 23 local government vice chairmen, 23 are female, women are women.
Okay, all of them are women. All the vice chairmen are women. It was reserved for women.
23 vice chairmen, yes,
Wow.
all the 23 vice chairmen are women. So you could say, look, they've been able to make a major inroads,
a major breakthrough.
Governments at the, at the local government level. And I can say that of all the local governments, too, at least 3 women are councillors in each of the local government areas. That was a consensus, effort to at least have 3 women in each of the local government areas. So if you look at it very well, there are 319 wards, 319 electoral wards in Rivers State, and out of that 319, we have about 69 or 70 or thereabout, that are women.
Okay, do you think without this legislation in place, women can win election? Can they? You think we can't do without it? Because you just mentioned the example of Rivers State, where you say, maybe it appears there was a special agreement that all the vice should be women. Do you think this is what we need across the country? And without this, it will be difficult. Just like the numbers are telling us now, there's a drop in number of women who are elected into the parliament at the federal and the state level.
Sure.
Do you need without this? Do you think without this drop, without these laws in place, or with agreement like this in place, the situation will not improve, or may get worse?
No, I think a law reserving seats for women in the parliament will strengthen their position. Remember that it is the political parties that are vehicles. They are the platforms upon which people aspire into elective positions. And without making it a law, you'll find out that a lot of political parties may still foot drag, especially when it comes to giving opportunities for women to contest election. But we have a law. A law now makes it mandatory. And I hope and pray that in that law, it also be clearly stated that any political party that does not fulfill the requirements as stated by the law, for women to contest election, such political party should not be allowed to contest general elections in Nigeria. We need to put a clause that will ensure that political parties are now forced, by the law to have women, contest for elective position. Because without that, some political parties may not even want to pay. But once they know that it's mandatory,
yes,
to have such a reservation, once they know that it's mandatory for them to have it and be able to contest general election, I'm sure political parties will now make it mandatory to ensure that they fulfill what the law says before they can contest for general elections.
Let me go to Nike. Nike, you're in Lagos State. I know you've covered so many elections here in Lagos State. But I also know that the Lagos State House of Assembly, you have only 3, I think with 40 members, we have only 3 who are women. And we know the challenges that women have faced in contesting election in Lagos State. What has been your experience so far? Women who have contested election, some of the challenges they faced, and why we have this number. Hello, Nike. Are you there? Hello? Hello, Nike. We seem to have lost Nike there. Okay. Let me go back to Ahmed. Ahmed.
Yes, I'm with you.
All right. So are you confident that that this situation can change? Do you believe in what Olalekan just said, that we need a sort of, there's a River State, he was just making a point where there was an agreement where that all the vice vice chairman should be women, female. Do you think that is what we need to change these numbers?
Thank you so much.
Without this, probably the number will get worse. Things will not change.
The reason, to begin with, I align with what Mr. Olalekan said, because even from the standpoint of a civil society organization person, CSO person, I can tell you that most of the time we're always interested in policy change, policy advocacy, because we believe that with that, it's going to be binded in law, not just in good faith. So we don't want to leave the fate of our women into just a set of people deciding, okay, you go there, you go and you cannot take this particular role, go to something lesser. So when law is now, binding them to do the needful, to give women equal representation as expected, I think that way is going to also give them that sense of belonging required. And about whether or not it's going to, cause just number growing and all of that. You see, for me, we have the numbers. And when you look at it also, you will discover that the numbers that are even representing us, when you look at the standpoint, you see, for instance now, from Kwara State now, we have 3 senatorial districts, Kwara North, Kwara South, and Kwara Central. So the Kwara Central, 4 local government, Kwara North, 4 local government, and Kwara South, we have close to 7 local government. So now, talking about that kind of arrangement, we can still try to modify to be able to, integrate women, not necessarily have additional number. We can probably, maybe there's a way they go about it to be able to have a balance, to be able to have women, being represented. That way, whatever that has to do with women will be able to champion, advance the cause as it pains them. Because even we that we are actually advocating for gender, for women gender, we discover that we are being seen as most of the time, looking at where we are in learning, for instance, women rapper, people that are, you don't have a voice. Why women? Because we believe women should also have a say. So that is the thing. So when the law is binding this particular idea, it's going to give that balance and also give them a room to have a voice where it is needed.
Do we have Nika back? Nika, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I was just asking, our time is almost over. I was just asking what the situation in Lagos State. What has been the situation in Lagos State? I know we have only 3 members in the Lagos State Assembly who are female. Quickly, within 1 minute, could you tell us, you've been covering election for so many years now. What has been the challenge women have faced? I know violence is pronounced in our election. What has been your experience so far that have held women back? On the field report now.
Well, like I told you earlier, I talked about the funds aspect.
Beyond the funds aspect
culture, now. I think culture also plays a role in the sense that there are so many people who believe, for instance, talk about churches, talk about mosques. These religions, sometimes they've always give prominence to men. And so for many of them, they feel that there are certain positions that women are meant to, occupy or hold. You understand? And so I think they've also brought this into this religious, perception into politics, which I think shouldn't be. Now, let's also look at our democracy. Honestly, if you ask me, democracy cannot mature to the level you and I are expecting if we don't have, high percentage of women representation when it comes to parliament. For instance, even in our homes, you'll find that for any home to be to continue to grow aright in terms of talk about even the man. You agree with me? There's a saying that says behind every successful man, there's a woman. So if we have this mentality that there's a lot a woman can do, then we will begin to see reason why women must be well represented.
All right. Let me cut you there due to time. You can't run away from the fact that you have to some of these things, some of the issues that about look at what happened in 2023 election. Some of the challenges, the violence that was unleashed on the voters. How will a woman be able to? A lot of people were afraid to come out. Actually, I think these are the issues I wanted you to say.
Academic experience then, because even the society, there's a lot of sensitization that we should begin to do, because even the ordinary market woman, the ordinary man on the streets, they all believe that it is the man that can spend the money. So there's no way, there's no background a woman is coming from. In most cases, you still have to have the support of the male politicians. If the male politicians are not giving you support, then it's a problem. You can't even have your space there. Do you understand? So, but I think going forward, what should be is that there should be a kind of quota right from the political parties in their primaries. They should give them a percentage that must be occupied by women. I think that is just the right place to start. Once they know that social percentage has been given for women in parliament, then they will know that they will have to give these women opportunity for them to contest. Either they have the money or not. Either they reduce the form amount for women in comparison to the men. Because how many women are even ready to go? Another one is timing. Do you understand? Most women, again, they want to, they want to be responsible in their homes. And what time do politicians also meet? You are talking of
1
wee
a.m.
hours.
1 a.m. 2 a.m. That is when they meet. 1 a.m. 2 a.m.
They have their meetings. And the society also believes a lot of women in politics, they tag them as prostitutes. Do you understand? So there are so many issues to deal with for women to begin to take their place and be well represented in parliament.
All right, thank you very much. Our time is up. Let me just go to Olalekan. But a lot of people believe this bill will not be passed by the National Assembly. We saw similar bill being knocked down National Assembly in 2022. I don't know if you have any reservations about this bill. Just within a seconds, do you have any reservation that this bill will be passed by the National Assembly?
I don't have any reservations. I think for now everything is on course. I think women should also start some subtle advocacy. The wife of the president is a woman. They can begin to advocate, get across. Of course, women are powerful enough to be able to influence certain decisions in their favor. So while the bill is going on in the National Assembly, they can begin to lobby and advocate, lobby powerful people to support the bill at the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. We're looking at the visibility of special seats for women by the bill in National Assembly, which is being worked on, and stakeholders have actually made input. A lot of us are hoping that National can pass that, because the numbers are not smiling. Of course, Nigeria is not even in the top 30 countries in Africa when you talk about women representation in politics at the national level, with 3.83% of women that we have at the parliament level, both at the state and at the federal level. Nigeria is not within the first 30 in Africa. That's the program for this week. My name is Inyo Bongiwo. You can tune in to your YouTube channel to watch our previous editions. Stay tuned to BusinessDay Television. Good afternoon.